Hello everyone, Drakoviche here, and today we're playing Oblivion Remastered, the Elder Scrolls 4, and we're also going to be watching some debates. But first, I want to watch the new Dan Bongino interview and Cash Patel. So I think this was a segment that's on Fox News. I'm Canadian, so I didn't...
To investigate and possibly arrest Jim Comey after the former FBI director posted an image on social media suggesting a call to assassinate President Trump. Comey was interviewed by the Secret Service on Friday and is now facing a string of federal probes after he posted an image of a beach scene with seashells arranged in the numbers 8647, writing this: cool shell formation on my beach walk. The number 86 typically refers to elimination, and President Trump is, of course, the 47th president. After much public outcry on social media, Comey took down the post, claiming he was not aware that 86 refers to eliminating something, and that he opposes violence. There have already been 2 assassination attempts on President Trump's life, which are still under investigation by the FBI. After the incident, new FBI Director Cash Patel told me he is in the middle of an active investigation into this matter.
So this is kind of crazy because he posted this on, I think it was Instagram, and I guess it went viral, but I'm not 100% sure how many views it got or whatever. But basically, he's claiming that I guess he stumbled upon the message and he posted it and thought, like, I don't even really know what his argument is, but people interpreted it as a call to political violence towards the president of the United States. So it's become a very big deal. And this is after, like, waves and waves of political, like, people calling SWAT teams on conservatives and, you know, the fire bombings and all kinds of stuff, you know, people have been going through for years. So it's a lot of pent up anger, I would imagine. I'm not American, but even me just watching for the last couple of years, well, since COVID, really, that's when I started really watching American politics. But I've always had like I love like history, like the politics in history, like surrounding World War II and like all this stuff. And then I got interested in modern politics. So, but when I was younger, I didn't really care for it much. But yeah, this is a big deal, and this is the deputy director who I used to watch all the time, Dan Bongino, and Cash Patel, who's also supposed to be a really good guy. And he worked on the Hunter Biden laptop case, I'm pretty sure. He testified in Congress about it. And now he's become the director of the FBI since. So this is a really interesting debate. Hold on, I gotta fix my chat here. I'll turn this back on. This is an interesting interview, sorry.
Days earlier, the 2 walked us through Comey's weaponization of the FBI, Cash Patel and Dan Bongino, as well as some of the other important cases that they are working on, including drug and human trafficking cells.
Okay, fix the chat.
Greetings, apprentice.
And Jeffrey Epstein's death. But the director began by praising his 30,000-plus colleagues at the FBI during this National Police Week.
We should do that soon.
It's Police Week, Maria, and so it's a really momentous occasion for law enforcement, for the sacrifice they put in for the country. The deputy and I have been going to events all week, and the most painful part is being with the families of the fallen. But we're here to remind America that there's a consequence to the freedom that they have, and there's good men and women that keep stepping up for that fight. So, it's a big deal that you're here on Police Week.
Thank you. And I saw the honor wall, and I want to walk past that with you. I unfortunately was on Wall Street on 9/11, and my heart goes out to the families who've lost their loved ones. Dan?
Yeah, 9/11. I was an agent on 9/11 with the Secret Service, and I just remember, as you probably do, from the media perspective, the chaos. Remember, nothing worked like we thought it was going to work. So the director and I, we've both been deeply inspired, obviously, as everyone in America was, by tragic, horrible incident.
Good morning.
But I know when
Well
Cash
met.
and I are sitting there in the morning, that is the single motivating
I know
factor
you're
for us,
busy,
is
but
keep
I need
the
a moment
homeland
of your time.
safe. That is priority number one.
And I want to ask you about that. I'll go into some of the specifics, but Director, you've said many times that the FBI has been
Greetings,
politicized.
Wizard.
So what
Anything
are your
else?
plans to rebuild trust in this
May
fine
I interest you
institution
in
and
some of my
depoliticize
fine
the FBI?
wares?
So we have a
Please.
multi-part process. First of all, our priorities. Simple. Crush violent crime. Defend the homeland. Rigorous organizational accountability. And the fourth, which leads directly to your question, aggressive constitutional
again
oversight with
anytime.
Congress.
I'm glad to
The way
help.
we rebuild
It's
trust
also my
is
regards.
we already have the men and women here in the rank and file that signed up to be cops, that signed up to be intel analysts, that signed up to be special support staff, that want to do the work. That's why we're sending them into the field. We can talk about that later. What we need America to know is that this place was politicized, and Congress has rightfully requested the documents from
I don't know that anyone in Cyrodiil drives a harder bargain than
Test. So he's talking about the lawfare that was done on the conservatives and stuff. Like how many times Trump has been, they tried to like brought him to court and stuff.
Now you have an opportunity to engage in more meaningful tasks and continue with your advancement through the guild.
Oh, wait, hold on. This is important.
You do not yet qualify for further advancement in the guild. The Arcane University has been here for nearly as long as the Mages Guild has been in Cyrodiil. It has been our home for...
Pass.
Before you can begin work for the guild, you'll need to do something for yourself. Every mage carries a staff. It is crafted and enchanted by the guild and is a symbol of status. You need such a staff.
Yes, I do.
The wood used for staves comes from a grove to the northeast of the Imperial City, near Wellspring Cave. Several mages tend to the grove and should be able to assist you. Speak with either Zarasha or Ilette when you arrive, and choose wisely. You shall have a true... You should be... Have a look around.
Crossfire Hurricane, to January 6th, to the Richmond Catholic Memo, and so much more. But now, finally, Americans are reading for themselves the documentation where a very select few leaders in the former FBI decided to politicize it. We don't need me and the deputy telling you it's politicized. We want the American people to read it, and now they are.
And I know I lived with it for you. I watched it with you and Devin Nunes when you were truth tellers on all of this, and you were as well, Deb, throughout the Russia collusion story and the rest.
Look, I can speak to the folks that were in our seats, our predecessors, and they intentionally failed the American public by putting on the biggest DC deception game we've ever seen. They said the FBI was the most storied institution for law enforcement, and it was. And it will be again very soon. But when the likes of Comey and McCabe and Strzok and company came in here with the James Bakers of the world and intentionally lied to a federal court only to rig a presidential election by lying to the American public and using taxpayer dollars, likely illegally, to fund this entire operation, and then withhold exculpatory information from a federal court that I used to appear before to manhunt terrorists, that's what broke the FBI. And then when they were caught, they lied about it. And you and a few others like Dan and others were brave enough to cover it 6, 7, 8 years ago. And we're still talking about it today because as Congress is working rigorously with us, the Crossfire Hurricane documents are coming fast and hard. And they're being sent there unredacted so we can have full accountability. And that's how you restore what the trust that was lost to the American public when it comes to the FBI.
Yeah, but come on, Director, with all due respect, we've been talking about this for a long time, and I've been demanding accountability for many, many years. One of the, you mentioned Comey, Strzok, and the rest, they've got TV shows, they've got media platforms, they're fine, there's been no accountability.
Well, look, it's a fair criticism, but what I will tell people is We weren't here in the FBI in the last 5 years when we had statute of limitations that were still in play, where we could have investigated criminal conduct. Most of these statute of limitations are 5 years old. And we will investigate criminal conduct where we find a righteous case to do so, and the law and the facts allow us to. But a lot of it we're precluded from. So we'll take the criticism, and it's rightfully so, that could we have done more in the past? Sure, people before us could have. But what we can do now is continue to put out the documents and the information that these people withheld from the American public. And I'm just telling you right now, as much as we know about Crossfire Hurricane, he and I just found out.
I'm looking for spells.
And we're continuing to work with Congress to put those documents out. That's how vindictive and vicious the former leadership structure here was. Not only did they bastardize the FISA process and lie to the American public, they withheld and hid documentation and put it in rooms where people weren't supposed to look. And it's a good thing we're here now to clean it up, and you're about to see a wave of transparency.
What do you mean?
Just give us about a week or two.
Okay. Well.
Whoa, guys, that's huge. A wave of wait, we gotta go back.
I can tell you right now that the judge that gave a smack on the
wave of process and continuing to work documents and the information that these people withheld from the American public. And I'm just telling you right now, as much as we know about Crossfire Hurricane, he and I just found out more last week. And we're continuing to work with Congress to put those documents out. That's how vindictive and vicious the former leadership structure here was. Not only did they bastardize the FISA process and lie to the American public, they withheld and hid documentation and put it in rooms where people weren't supposed to look. And it's a good thing we're here now to clean it up, and you're about to see a wave of transparency.
What's
going on here? Microphone. They were hiding documents in rooms that people didn't go in. That's kind of crazy.
What do you mean?
But that's incredibly crazy.
Okay. Well, I can tell you right now that the judge that gave a smack on the wrist on the one agent that lied and, misled the American people, that's the same judge who's back and stopping Donald Trump from doing things, isn't it? Judge Boasberg?
Yeah, I just got to push back. Listen, we've been here 2 months. He's been here a couple more weeks than that. I mean, we've been here 2 months. You're dealing with a 38,000 member organization and an approximately $12 billion budget.
Fair point.
Where to expect us in 2 months to dig up what was a 8-year, maybe longer, multi-year politicized investigation with multiple layers of processes, from Woods procedures being just thrown in the garbage can and flushed down the toilet bowl, to multiple layers of accountability where people lied and obfuscated. I'm not asking you to trust me. You want this done right or you want it done quickly? Because you can't have it both ways. You want it done quickly, we'll do it. And you know what'll happen? Just what happened last time.
Sorry about that. My mic is bugging out. I had to restart the software. This is why everybody listens to Dan. He's one of the most watched talk shows, well, podcasts around. Because he's like, I don't know, just the way he says so, straight to the heart of the matter.
Those same Spygate collusion perpetrators sued the government, got money, got all this shit. You want that? We'll do it. We'll do it quickly and do it wrong.
But are you saying you found things that even you didn't know about? I mean, you were at the core of this.
Yes. I was the lead Russiagate investigator for the House Intelligence Committee. And I've been on both your shows in a prior life talking about it. And I'm telling you and the American public that we have now found material and information and people who wanted to hide it from the world since we got in these seats. And we, as the deputy said, we are trying to do it in a fashion where not only are we informing the American public of what happened, but we can have accountability for it. And that takes a little bit more time.
See arrest, guys? Is that what's going to happen? Because that's kind of crazy. I would love to see, like, a happy ending to the story, I guess. I think that's what everybody wants. Just like some accountability and justice, and a fair and more fair and just system. I think that's what I want as Canadian too, for my country. That's why I'm watching American politics, because the Americans are actually really good at politics.
And when you layer on the fact that we are rolling out our priorities on violent crime and defending the homeland, you know, we're running a three-part animal here, and we're going 100 miles an hour on each single one.
So important.
Wait, I want to add to that too, because what the director's saying is right. You got to remember, we come in the morning, there's a portfolio of 100 level 10 items. If it's a level 9, which is a pretty big freaking deal, someone else fixed it. The only thing that gets to my desk or his is a level 10. That's the entire day. Look at his schedule any given day. I'll show you the palm card I have. It is filled from 7:30 to, he leaves 7 at night, 6:30 at night. It's filled all day. We just can't focus on one thing. You want New York to go boom? DC to go boom? You want an OC organization to go hack into some cyber network and crack all of Fox News' holdings? We're dealing with all that stuff too. Everything's a priority. Everything's a priority. This is one of many things we're doing. It's not an excuse. It's just reality.
Now, the Democrats are turning on you, right? I mean, I saw your hearing the other day, and critics have accused you of using the FBI to target political enemies. So set the record straight. You wrote an entire book about it, Government Gangsters. Tell us, how do you respond to the attacks?
Very simply, the FBI's prior leadership left us an institution, that is a police force for America and the world, that allowed a fentanyl overdose to occur and kill an American citizen every 7 minutes. That prior FBI's leadership, Comey, McCabe, left us an FBI that allowed for a woman or child to be raped every 6.5 minutes in this country. That same leadership.
That's crazy. And then they act like they're the what do you call it? The people on the side of the women, right? And then they're letting that happen. Like, that's crazy. I gotta fix this somehow. We're gonna turn this down a little bit, just because, actually no. I don't know.
Leadership structure left us an FBI.
My mic's cutting in and out.
A man or woman to be killed twice an hour in this country. That's our response to them. When I go to Congress and I go to the Hill, I say, hey, I'm not policing your neighborhood because it's a Republican or Democratic. I'm asking you for help on what your priorities are and what your resources needs are and where you need training, and we're going to send them to you. That's why we're putting 1,500 FBI employees into the field and outside of Washington, D.C. Now, if the Democrats want to play politics with that, they're the elected officials. They get to say what they want. But yelling at me and Bongino, we could take it all day long.
I don't even understand why. Why did they do that? I mean, why put the FBI and its reputation at risk? What, it was just to win an election? Why?
Because they're weak. Because they're weak. I hate
I love Dan so much.
weak people. I can't stand it. They didn't have, we're on TV, so I already said BS once, but they didn't have the guts, the courage, or the character to do the right thing. They did the easy thing. Donald Trump became a convenient political football. They thought they could leverage. They thought they thought with the media on their side that they'd get away with it.
I know that there are cells, you know, drug trafficking cells and human trafficking cells. How significant is this in America?
It's everywhere. I mean, when you open up the border, like, look, that's not a political statement. The border was open for 4 years. So what happens is crime metastasizes. What happens is you have hundreds of thousands of illegals come across, and a bunch of them are really bad criminals. Not all of them, but a bunch of them. And then they nest into societies. And this is why we're rolling out Mexican street gang task forces across the country, because it's not the international gangs that are just the problem. It's these inner city gangs that exist in 1 or 2 towns here and there and have metastasized and taken over the drug trade, the sex trafficking trade, the child forced labor trade, and the gang trade. They are all in, and no one has been focusing on them because our cities and our elected leadership has allowed them to live without being policed. But that's over now that Dan and I are in the seat.
This is so scary. And what do you want to say to families out there, mothers who are afraid for their young girls that they may get taken?
I want to put everyone at ease watching this today. There is, I hate cliches, but there really is a new sheriff in town. His name's Donald J. Trump. This administration...
I really hope Trump cleans up North America. I'm gonna have to turn down my noise canceling a little bit. Hold on, let me check my computer here. She's not hurting. I don't know. It might be just my noise canceling, but anyway.
Administration, in conjunction with General Bondi and our director, Kash Patel, I am in the briefing, Maria, with the 5 of us: Emil, the PDAG, Todd, the DAG, AG, Kash, and me, every morning over at DOJ. The attitude every morning from the president on down. He, the president of the United States, wants this FBI to...
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I just hope that they clean up North America in general, and I'm trying to get the conservatives in Canada because I think they're the only ones who can clean up Canada.
To be able to, in 1 month, 6 months, a year, or 2 years, wants to be able to get out in front of the American people and say, your lives are noticeably different. He doesn't want fairy tales, Aesop's fables. He doesn't want any of that stuff. He wants people to be able to touch it and feel it. I don't care if you're in Stewart, Florida, or Harlem, New York. He wants you to walk outside and say, wow, my neighborhood does look different.
Where are the biggest cells in the country? And how does it work? Are there spotters? Like, how does it work?
It's based on a variety of factors. So when it comes to trafficking, you got to look at the interstate system and look at the intersections of the interstate system running through the Midwest and across the country. Then you just got to look for hard evidence. I didn't know this till my confirmation process, but Memphis, Tennessee is the homicide capital of America per capita. Didn't know that. We have a problem there. We're now addressing it. We're rolling out one of our task forces in the state of Tennessee. But we also know that Ohio possesses the roadway system where the trafficking is through the roof just because of the interstate. So you have to get out there in the field, not just let the FBI agents and intel folks get out there and do the work, but partner with state and local law enforcement, which is a priority, and tribal law enforcement. That's a big, big deal for us. We are not forgetting about Indian country. They suffer from the same violent crime that we do in the rest of America, and we're going to help them. And that's how you learn the ground-based level facts that you need to deploy our assets. We're not coming up with anything fancy. We're just attacking the problem, but we're smart enough to go after the information and say, that's where the problem is because you told us it's there. Now we know we're going.
That's interesting. What about the big cities? I mean, we've heard about Tren de Aragua being in New York City.
We're about to ruin your summer if you're a bad guy. So I'm just warning you now, like, don't buy movie tickets because you're probably not going to cash them in. So the director and I put something together in conjunction with our DOJ partners, General Bondi and Dag Blanche, actually this morning. And if you're a violent criminal, this FBI under our leadership, we don't care who gets the credit. All we care about is making your streets safer, actually safer.
Coming up, the assassination attempts on President Trump's life. Why don't we know more today, more than a year later, as we continue our exclusive from the FBI? Welcome back. President Trump is proposing spending cuts across most federal agencies, including the FBI. As we continue our exclusive interview, FBI Director Kash Patel told me the FBI's real estate portfolio is about to shrink dramatically, but the mission will not change.
I want to get to a few specifics, and I know you can't talk about any active investigations, so and our viewers understand that. But how come we don't have more information on the assassination attempts on President Trump?
There's two reasons, two open, ongoing prosecutions. So 2 of the investigations are obviously closed because the individuals are dead. But there's 2 live prosecutions, and so we can't get ahead of the federal court case. A lot of that information will come out in the federal court cases, but we have personally invested our time in making sure that we have looked at any possible international connections to terrorism and adversaries alike. And we've both been down to Quantico, we've both done the laboratory testing, we've both seen the explosives analysis, we've both seen the firearm and physically held it. We are all in on these investigations.
Are we going to be surprised at what you learned?
You know what, Maria? Kash is not kidding. We've been personally briefed extensively on every single detail, nugget, tendril of this case. One is actively in court right now, so out of respect for the case, it's probably more appropriate that I stay quiet on that. However, I'm not going to tell people what they want to hear. I'm going to tell you the truth, and whether you like it or not is up to you. If there was a big explosive there, right? Given my history as a Secret Service agent and my personal friendship as a director does with the president, give me one logical, sensible reason we would not have. If you can think of one, there isn't. In some of these cases, the there you're looking for is not there. And I know people, I get it, I understand. It's not there. If it was there, we would have told you.
Well, the other issue that's been talked about recently is this mortgage fraud.
So what was that? What were they talking about just then?
And the FBI opening a formal case against Latina.
One, Kash is not.
We are all in on these investigations.
Are we going to be surprised at what you learned?
You know what?
We've both seen the explosives analysis. We've both seen the federal questions are obvious.
On President Trump. And I know you can't talk about any active investigations, so
About to shrink dramatically, but the mission, how come we don't have more information
on the assassination attempts on President Trump?
There's 2 reasons, 2 open prosecutions at our time laboratory.
You know what, Maria? Tendril of this case. They want to hear. I'm going to tell you the truth, and whether you like it or not is up to you. Give me one logical, sensible reason we would not have. If you can think of one, there isn't. In some of these cases, the there you're looking for is not there. And I know people, I get it, I understand. It's not there. If it was there, we would have told you.
Well, the other issue that's been talked about recently is.
So is he like, when he says that, is what he's saying like they don't have a connection to the previous administration or any political ties to the pipe bomb that didn't go off outside the DNC during Jan 6? Because there's someone put a pipe bomb on the ground near where
Hello.
I think it was Kamala was coming out.
A pleasure to speak with you.
Is this mortgage fraud and the FBI opening a formal case against Letitia James.
So again, ongoing cases, and we take our ongoing investigations very seriously because we don't want to do what our predecessors did, which is talk about them ad infinitum in the public and then nothing happens. This case, I can tell you, is being handled by our professional pros who are subject matter experts reporting directly to headquarters, which reports to Dan and I. This case, along with others, because it is a case of great public importance. And unlike other leaders who previously sat in these seats, we don't prejudge any case. We don't care what party elected you to what. It doesn't matter to us. It's irrelevant. If you broke the law, we are going to find out and we are going to investigate you. And then we are going to discuss that matter with the Department of Justice. And this is one of the things that, if your viewers take away nothing else from this interview, The FBI does not make prosecutorial decisions. You asked in the beginning how the FBI was weaponized. Well, the FBI hijacked the constitutional responsibility of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, and James Comey and others specifically decided what cases to prosecute and not prosecute. Don't believe me? Go to the videotape in the Hillary Clinton investigation. We don't decide prosecutions, and neither does any agent or intel analyst. We have great partners under General Bondi. We work with them and discuss the matter with them, but the prosecutorial decision is with them.
So is there a directive now to focus on fighting real crime, look at illegal migration, look at the sex trafficking, and scale back on the white-collar business-type crime?
I don't want to say that we were going to, quote-unquote, scale back. What we do is we look at the intelligence, and we rely on our 36,000 employees to say, this is where stuff's going wrong. But right now, the reality of where stuff's going wrong more than counterterrorism, which is my wheelhouse and my background, is the narcotics industry and the sex trafficking industry. So there's more and more resources put on that and on the removal proceedings, which we're working with our partners at DHS on. That's just the reality today. But that's not to say we're forgetting about white-collar crime and counterterrorism.
That's what you said. You said if you're hurting a child, taking away a child's innocence, we're coming for you.
Yeah, with that knock at the door, it's on Amazon. That's going to be us. This is a huge...
I hope Dan gets all those people. Honestly, it's a horrible what's been going on, and there's a lot of it's going on around here too. Although we don't have the FBI.
Huge job. And Maria, not only does it destroy innocence, I said to everyone in the room, say week 2 or 3, when Cash and I put Restoring Justice together to go get these mutts off the street, these kiddie pornographers and these animals, right? I said to everyone in the room, I said, you know why it's going to matter to America? Because everyone in the room is a child or a parent, right? There's no immaculate conceptions here, right? I love Jesus, but there's no one in the room, right? I said, this matters. And not only that, it creates generational crime, because abused kids then become abusers in a lot of these cases. I said, we have a chance right now. I said, we got to go make their lives painful, these bad guys. And we went and we locked up in a month, what, 400? We saved 115 kids. And you haven't even seen the beginning, because those 400, a lot of them are talking. And when you log onto that network next, you have no idea what we're doing. You think you're safe in your dark web? I promise you are absolutely not safe. You have no idea what we can do.
Are you seeing an increase in the number of potential agents wanting to come in and work with you?
Look, the FBI is 38,000 when we're fully manned, which we're not. In the National Capital Region, in the 50-mile radius around Washington, D.C., there were 11,000 FBI employees. That's like a third of the workforce. A third of the crime doesn't happen here. So we're taking 1,500 of those folks and moving them out. Every state's getting a plus up. And I think when we do things like that, we inspire folks in America to become intel analysts and agents and say, we want to go work at the FBI because we want to go fight violent crime, and we want to get sent out into the country to do it. And that's what we're doing. In the next 3, 6, 9 months, we're going to do that hard. And, you know, I didn't know that I was going to do this, but I'm going to announce it on your show anyway. This FBI is leaving the Hoover building because this building is unsafe for our workforce, and we want the workforce.
You just gave up a big nugget there.
But we want the American men and women to know, if you're going to come work at the premier law enforcement agency in the world, we're going to give you a building that's commensurate with that. And that's not this place.
I mean, the Trump administration has proposed a $500 million cut to the FBI's funding for 2026. How are you going to maintain the effectiveness if you don't have the resources?
We got to get smart and stop wasting money. We got to stop thinking up fantasies in Maryland and building $5 billion new buildings. We have people who are able to do the job on the budgets we're given. And we are going to work with the president and his team, because he and his team know they have to budget for an entire government. I just got to worry about one agency. So does he. Yeah. And their job is 10 times harder than ours. They have to say, DOD's got to get this. What about DOT? What about Justice and Marshals? And what about Treasury? So we know that they are smartly putting together a budget. And we also know that there's ramifications from people here that weaponize this place, and a cost to that. We're always going to fight for our personnel and for as much money as we can get. But I think when we show you real-time examples of getting out of places like this, because just to fix this building would cost billions of dollars only for a couple of years of runway, it shows you that we're serious about saving and being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars and hiring more agents instead of building new buildings.
So what?
Building new buildings. That's kind of crazy, though.
Hello.
It's a lot of government waste.
Butler
billions of dollars. I wonder what they'll do with the Hoover building.
What are your colleagues saying about this, that you're going to get out of the Hoover building?
Well, he's a man of his word. I mean, he said that he was interested in shutting down Hoover, and I don't think people took him seriously. And it's been 2 months, and I think it's good that he broke it on your show, because me and him were on the tour yesterday of an alternate facility where the building we're looking at, and everyone was taking pictures, and they knew something was up because me and him were there. So that's good you guys got it first. But Cash could have made a pretty easy decision, which is go up to Congress and say, hey, you know what? We're going to go back and ask for this $1 billion new facility. And you know what he said? He said, go find us a place already up and running. We can go in. Well, it's going to need some upgrades, you know, skiffs where we can talk, safes, that kind of thing. Obviously, some security upgrades in the front. We are saving the taxpayer a fortune.
So are you going to move 1,000 employees from Washington to field offices across the country?
1,500.
1,500.
We are. We are already launched that plan, and we've looked at.
They're going to Alabama?
Well, so Redstone Arsenal is one of the crown jewels of the FBI, and it's on a military campus of 38,000 acres in Huntsville, Alabama. And the FBI built 5 new buildings there, and a kinetic cyber training facility, a long-range facility, our terrorism explosive device centers there. So when you go and you want to become a new FBI agent, we send you to Quantico. When you're in the job for a couple of years and you need advanced training, you go to Huntsville. And because we've had new buildings and new structures already there, we need our outdated facilities and personnel to move to Huntsville, where the training has been set up for them, and fill those seats. We don't need to build new buildings elsewhere. So a chunk of them are going there because it's essentially headquarters too, for lack of a better word. But the rest of the folks, we've looked at the map.
I think it's generally going to be a great thing overall. I wonder how the Democrats will react. I'm sure they'll freak out. I haven't heard anything yet, though. This interview only came out this morning. Yeah.
And we said, where are the worst crime spots in America? That's how we're choosing where the agents and intel folks go. Then our leaders in the field are working with state, local, and tribal leaders to say, hey, we've got a serious problem on Navajo, or we've got a big deal going on outside of Chicago. Those agents and intel analysts are going there, at their direction, based on ground level intelligence. You want to make your promotions, go make cases in the field, and you're getting promoted under this leadership structure. You don't have to come to Washington. One of the biggest cost-saving things we did was we ended this TDY boondoggle to D.C. that had been institutionalized by prior leadership, mandating you come here. And here's the kicker. Not only do you get your salary, you get a per diem TDY for your entire 18-month tour. That's over.
Next up, what really happened on January 6th and who really should be held accountable? Right after this.
So there is, it seems that I find myself in a similar situation as Russiagate, because on January 6th. So there is, it seems that I find myself.
Happened on January 6th. Happened on January 6th.
So there is, it seems that I find myself in a similar situation as Russiagate, because on January 6th, in the prior Trump administration, I was the chief of staff to the Department of Defense, and I spent 4 years in a minor fortune litigating the truth because people politicized what actually happened on January 6th. And we now know unequivocally that President Trump
politicized what happened on January 6th.
Lawfully authorized the deployment of National Guard, and me as the head of the Office of Secretary of Defense with the Secretary of Defense took that action. When it finally came in, because it had to have the governor and mayor of DC's approval on it, that's the way the law works, and once it finally came in on January 6th, remember we offered to them days beforehand, and they rejected it. We've put out the letters, and your show has done great coverage showing how it was rejected. We mobilized the fastest cold start in Washington, D.C. since World War II, and the largest occupation of D.C. by the National Guard since the American Revolution. That's what happened on January 6th, but what you and your viewers want to know, now that we've beat back that disinformation campaign with actual truth, is what was the FBI doing? Well, we got answers coming. We just found a trove of information, and it's on its way to Capitol Hill right now, and they've asked, and they're getting them, and you're getting answers on January 6th. You're getting.
Ooh, I can't wait till this comes out. Dude, what is going on with my microphone? Hold on, guys. This is starting to get on my nerves. He's getting on my nerves. Well, let me restart this program.
Answers on what sourcing was utilized, what money was utilized, how many assets were utilized, who made those decisions. You're getting it. We can only control the FBI, but you're getting it from the FBI.
Were there FBI agents undercover egging people on?
Like I said, that answer is coming, and it's on its way to Congress.
You're about to, I saw it. I saw the portfolio of information. We dug far and wide to find it. And I'm pretty sure now we have a conclusive, definitive answer. But
Ooh, this is going to be huge, guys. This is going to be huge. Hold on, let me fix this still. Maybe I'll fix it. Hopefully it's fixed now.
But you and the public are going to have it. You're going to see it in writing over to Capitol Hill. But I just want to be sure we're clear, having been an agent and a police officer. There is a difference between an agent. I know you know this. I don't mean to sound ridiculous. An agent, meaning a trained GS 1811 federal agent, and a source or an asset. There's a difference. So when you see the material, which I promise you is coming, again, I'm not asking you to trust us. I know it's coming because I saw it yesterday. When you see it, I just want you to understand that it's not an apology for anything.
Thank you.
But there's a difference between agents and assets.
Yeah.
And I just hope when people put that information out there, they make the distinction. Not that it's better or worse, but there's a distinction there.
It's a very important distinction.
And I want to level set here. I want the American public to go back and look at what our predecessors stated to Congress under oath, that there were no FBI sources utilized in and around January 6th. I'm going to leave it at that, but go play the videotape and look for this material coming to Congress.
Yeah, so there was like at least, I think there was like 20 FBI agents there, or assets. Okay, assets. And that's what they're saying. There's a difference between assets and agents, right? So they said there was no agents there at Congress. Maybe. But I know that it was revealed at some point that there was assets there of the FBI, right? But maybe they've discovered evidence that there was agents there too. So this could be huge, guys. This could be actually huge.
Said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to get, I've seen the file. He killed himself.
I know it's hard work. But you promoted Stephen Jensen, the architect of the FBI's overzealous January 6th investigation.
I want the American public to realize what we did. That man.
Okay, so I understand. They're saying that he killed himself. Okay, we understand. I get it. But you got to think about it like this. How was such a high value asset allowed to kill themselves? Maybe people need to hear the story of how it happened, but like if he should be on should be on suicide watch. Someone watching him almost 24/7. I don't see how it's possible that he died in any way when someone's watching 24/7, unless he did it in a way that it was impossible. I don't even know. You'd have to like eat poison or something. I'm not gonna give anyone ideas, but like I have no idea how that would happen unless someone seriously messed up or someone was bribed or corrupt or to let people in or to let him kill himself, maybe. You know what I mean? Like, hey, just turn around this way and make him real sad. I don't know.
Was in a position where he literally fought back against the machine who was saying, we want to politicize this event. We want to politicize this event. And at the end of the day, remember, Maria, there's a chain of command here. So you can fight back your chain of command to a certain degree before they fire you. And Steve Jensen and other folks were promoted because they embody what the American public demands of FBI agents.
To get to the bottom of something like January 6th and the pipe bomber case, for example, you need three things. You need people, you need information, and you need people with information. I'll allow the public to put that together and just wait, and you'll see. Nothing we're doing, nothing, is by accident.
People who are, quote unquote, supposedly on the side of reporting truthfully should take a look at this instance, because they are setting up circular firing squads. And Dan and I have already told the FBI, every employee that acted appropriately, we are going to defend you to the hill, literally, no matter the consequences. But for the media, who's gone through the disinformation cycle of Russiagate, of January 6th, for them to come in here and take the clickbait and write articles based on half-truths doesn't hurt us. This is what, I'll tell you something I didn't think we were going to get into today. But every morning we tell our leadership cadre when we sit down with them, nothing written in the media is going to affect him or me.
Look, you said illegal alien criminals and child.
You're gonna see a bunch of headlines. What is going on? You're gonna see a bunch of headlines about this. This is gonna be crazy. Let me check my mic here. Maybe it goes to sleep when I minimize it.
Hi there.
Maybe, yeah, that's probably what's going on.
Predators are next in your ongoing crackdown.
Oh, yeah.
How are you going to do it?
The illegal immigration problem with 20 million people came in. Yeah, okay, most of them probably were here to work, but a lot of them weren't. They were here to traffic in kids and fentanyl. If you were here illegally, the administration's approach, which the director and I have actioned through the agents in the field, is, listen, I'm speaking a bit hyperbolically, but correct me if I'm wrong, right? You're the lawyer. We're giving you about 5 minutes to cooperate. If you're here illegally, 5 minutes, you're out. Title 8, AEA, whatever we've got. We're not wasting an agent who's making, a decent salary, who we train. We're not wasting 3 weeks of his time to beg you for information for a proffer. We're not. We're kicking you out. The president's going to seal the border.
In the first 2-3 months that we've been in the seat under Donald Trump's administration, he has sealed the border. He has stopped border crossings. So where's all the fentanyl coming from still? Where's the trafficking coming from still? Where are all the narco traffickers going to keep bringing this stuff into the country? The northern border. Our adversaries have partnered up with the CCP and others, Russia, Iran, on a variety of different criminal enterprises, and they're going and they're sailing around to Vancouver and coming in by air. And the
I can see that because Vancouver and stuff's like that, you know, and there's a lot of Chinese people in British Columbia, so it's like it's right next to the ocean, the border's there. But at the same time, it's not all Canada's fault. You know what I mean? There's like a reason why they're being sent here. There's a reason why they're coming through that, you know, Canada. There's a reason why Mark Carney is elected. There's a reason why all this stuff's happening. And it's not just the Canadian people's fault. I don't even think it's Canadian people's fault. It's Canadian government's fault. And as a Canadian, I voted against this government, so don't blame me.
Sheer tyranny of distance of the northern border and the lack of cooperation from federal authorities in prior administrations to actually firm up that northern border is what's causing a continuation of violent crime. Now, we're focused on it, and we're calling our state and local law enforcement partners up there. But you know who has to get to step in is Canada, because they're making it up there and shipping it down here. And I don't care about getting into this debate about making someone the 51st state or not, but they are our partner in the north. And say what you want about Mexico, but they helped us seal the southern border. The facts speak for themselves. The border that's open, I'll give you a statistic that I gave to Congress that nobody was paying attention to. Over 300 known or suspected terrorists crossed into this country last year illegally. Known or suspected terrorists, not illegals. Not just illegals, known or suspected terrorists. 85% of them came in through the northern border. Wow. This year, 100 known or suspected terrorists have crossed into this country illegally.
See? That's crazy, but like I've been trying to get these, the government needs to be like, I don't even know what to do about them. You know what I mean? And everything is corrupt and woke, even the propaganda and the news and everything. So a lot of it has to be done with like facts, and you have to tell people the truth and show them what's going on and stuff. Like, I don't know, like, I understand there's like a lot of cover up about all this shit, but if you see all this shit going on, just like film it, show people. I don't even understand what the problem is here.
64 south and north.
Gentlemen, we've hit on so much today, and I really appreciate your time.
We're showing it.
That we were able to sit down with you so your viewers can see it. We're not doing a lot of media, and we're going to continue to not do a lot of media. But you have reported truthfully for years, even when it wasn't popular, when it wasn't fun, when it cost you money, and when it cost you personally. So that's why we welcomed you to the Hoover Building. We welcomed, yes, we do have an indoor shooting range, which we'll get you to soon. But we really appreciate you having the audacity to continue to report the truth.
That's crazy. A lot of people in Canada don't know what the truth is because the government's paying the news to lie to us, basically. So this next debate is going to be Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein. I think that's his name. I'm sorry, guys. I don't watch this channel very much, but I might start. Yeah. So this one's 4 hours long. So it's kind of long. We probably won't get through all of it.
It is the 2nd of May, and it is the long-awaited Leftovers reunion.
I'll start it over. So this is the H3 podcast.
Hello, everybody. It's your host, Ethan Klein. It's the H3 show. The date is the 2nd of May, and it is the long-awaited Leftovers reunion. How nice. We're back together. And it's going to end a lot better than the second time, right? I mean, it's going to end a lot better the second time than it did the first time, right? How could it be worse?
I would love for that to be the case, sure.
Hassan is calling in, of course, at 12:30. I have 10 minutes to schlep around here. So I want to say, first of all, thank you to Shopify for sponsoring us. I also want to thank my lovely wife, Peldago, for sponsoring us. Quickly, if you go to teddyfresh.com, we got the new collection out right now with some killer styles. This black dress. This shirt is super
twitchy. What is going on with my mic? Shows it cutting in and out all the time. Wah.
super freaking cool. Bob.
Remember.
Who does it? That's what that is. Bob? Yeah. No.
Computer probably needs to restart.
So that's what that is. It's very hardcore like that. Whoops. Quickly moving along here. We are trying to beat the tariffs, folks. Come check it out. We got cool shirts. We got cool top. We got one that's selling skirt.
One
was
up sock.
What is this?
Weird. It's
for that. Actually, do that right. The Hassan Abbey.
Skip the intro.
It's time. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hassan Piker.
Hello, Hassan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here.
If you want,
there you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey,
I don't
Hassan,
know if it's gonna be too
leave the production notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Dude, why are you doing this to me, microphone? I said that's hilarious.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Might work now.
I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible, but yes, you have grievances with me, and of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay, good.
Of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions, so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this, so let's...
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on 1 second.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right, so you're fine with that?
I mean, I'll do up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean, like...
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
It's not like a gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, I know you're not.
Okay,
I just want to get going.
All right. So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism.
Zionism is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So
I think it's even less than that. I think it's just have their own homeland.
I believe that Zionism
maybe I'm wrong.
Is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is
everything. So he's literally just loaded this whole debate right off the bat, just with this one definition. Everything is based off this definition. So like he's saying, they're trying to get rid of people who like historic Palestine, all this shit, right? And it's like, well, you know, if you go back far enough, there's always someone different living there. Like if you went back to like the beginning of time, I bet there's dinosaurs living there too.
Is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, you know, the displacement and you know, the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was a trap.
Dude, these people, like, okay, wasn't Palestine, mandatory Palestine, a colony of Britain? And then it was got basically that land that Israel's on. They made a decision to make it like a Jewish state and a Palestinian state. So they separated them, like segregated them, because we didn't know segregation was even bad back then. Basically, we kind of knew, but nobody really knew a better solution, I guess. I don't really know the answer to that question, but and so we separated them, and as far as I know, the Jewish people bought that land too. They bought part. Most of the land around there was bought and given to Israelis from the British and stuff. And then part of Palestine was given to Jordan. Part of it was given to, like, you know, Lebanon maybe. I'm not sure which country the other one was, but it's just kind of crazy that they keep making these stupid arguments. It's just crazy to me.
Tragic, and a lot of bad things happen. But let me ask you, sir. Okay. How was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism, and let's do the.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed.
Oh, really?
By
Who was
the
interviewing
journalist while that was happening.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this." And by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You know, you participated in some sketches. You know, it happens.
I mean, shit. Yeah.
Really? You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you. Okay, by the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted, and it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean, I don't recall saying this, but I don't know why this is a major point of contention. All right, so you asked that question. Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
See, he keeps going back to this because he has like this whole plan in his head about how he's going to do this. And it seems like the left always does that. They're not actually just talking about what they know. They're just trying to run a narrative, or they're trying to run down these talking points to make people think a certain way, to go down a certain road, to think a certain way. And then all of a sudden, boom, you're woke.
Okay.
Do you think it was?
Well, it's not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like.
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed him thoroughly.
All right.
Do you know?
It's not woke, it's Marxism.
That do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me.
Yes.
What my opinion is on
the video.
iDubbbz's content comp.
Correct. That's correct.
About the CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
right. Well, 90% of the clips were from the episode entitled "CPS Came to My House," Hassan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call.
No.
CPS.
That's obvious. I'm saying
inappropriate
your
to call
friend
CPS
Hassan
on
you
a
made a
content
video
creator you don't
with
like.
did
I
a
don't know
total
why
fucking
I don't know
hit
why you
job.
think I have
All right,
any
go ahead.
hand
Ask me a
in this.
question.
That seems a fair price.
I don't have any, like.
Go
dude,
ahead.
Listen to me. Listen, we're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this.
Hassan, I don't care. Let's just go on.
What do you mean? You brought this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know what you're saying. We've all been harassed. The internet is tough. Whatever, yada yada. Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
You know who else also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
Wow, wow. God forbid.
He is kind of boring. Why would there be this big, like, takes a while for my noise gate to cut in or something?
My position to you, you and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff, okay? Sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before we stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely unacceptable.
I know you're against
I am
CPS.
victim to the same exact things that happened to you in this regard. I would never in a million years advocate for that sort of thing and don't think it's appropriate.
Very good.
And I don't know why you think that I have anything to do with this.
Because you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called "CPS Got Called on Me" and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay, sure. Ask me a question.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right.
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel, Palestine.
We're talking.
That's what I thought it was too. I don't know what this drama is.
Talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character.
Well, I got an idea. What if I do this? It might run a little bit better than my microphone.
Hassan, ask me a question. I'm going to move on to the next topic.
You asking me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with the
price for a good customer.
How is this debate? This is the most stupidest thing I've ever seen, dude. They're not committing a okay, someone attacks you, then they run back across the road and they hide behind their wife. Like, you know what I mean? You're just gonna sit there and let them keep attacking you over and over because they hide behind their wife and kid? That's stupid. You're gonna let your wife and kid die because you don't want to kill someone else's wife and kids? Get the fuck out of here. You're full of shit.
With numerous human rights organizations, the UN.
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
You know what that is? That's the opposite of a man.
Also agree on this. if you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip, or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian advocates that
I don't
you
know
feel
if-
like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
Do I think my
coverage?
And I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
No, not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have
Hassan, I'm answering your question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around.
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
Personal vendettas that you have experienced.
These guys are so cringe. I don't know how to have so many subscribers.
I was going to explain that.
Content creators.
Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it. The reason
Go
for
ahead.
that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleed sword, as you know already, that has a hilt that has a Japanese Manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you've brought forward. On your
Of course you're
already.
These like some people don't make any sense whatsoever, but like I don't even understand where this guy's perspective is. He thinks that is like he has the Piers Morgan perspective, where he's like he started off on Israel's side, and then he's like, oh, maybe killing people is bad, and then he switched sides again, and it's like, dude, you're just listening to propaganda. Like half the shit that 90% of the arguments are bullshit. Or dependent on fact, like the information that is bullshit. And not only that, it's like there's these people who are supposedly oppressed, are not oppressed by Israel, they're oppressed by Hamas. And I don't think that we should be giving them their own country, like the terrorists, to run, because they're just going to kill all those people and themselves, because they basically worship death. That's why people call them a death cult. The Islamists, the jihadists, the people who would want to die for their religion,
Conceding that because we fished this up, but yeah.
Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go over the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Anyway, my point is, Hassan, if I can continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan?
Answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm gonna gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
See, this is what's wrong with the left. The pro-Palestine supporters, they're like, they got something wrong with them. They don't understand the logic and reason. I don't even understand how you'd reason with them.
Ethan, answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that IDubbbz made, but I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Hassan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10.
I'm going to start judging these people based on what they do over here and less about what happens over in the Middle East, because I already know that Israel is protecting itself, defending itself. And I already know that the people there don't like the government. So I'm going to go with the people rather than the government, which would be Hamas, and say that Israel would treat them better than the actual Hamas government does. And all these people supporting Hamas are disgusting and don't understand what they're doing. They're like actually brain dead. And they just like, they're doing this for likes and, you know, stuff for attention, stuff like that. They think it's like a good cause and they're good people and they want to be good people. And it's just, I don't know.
And options.
White knight syndrome.
What's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
you have 10
considering
swords,
that I
don't
had
you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hassan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video. Let me make a point here, Hassan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups.
True.
Right? So you made a video. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish. Let me finish my point, Hassan. No. Stop. You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem? Or at least, am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Ethan. What's the next major skill?
Answer the question. I don't need you to console me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to.
Well, you should try listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah, the other ones are heavy.
Let me paint a scenario. Hassan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen.
Okay, all I gotta say was that, what up, pussy? Can't lift a sword up to make some money, dude? Come on. That is the most sorry excuse for that bullshit I've ever seen in my life.
Listen, okay, this is important. You participated in
a video
accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even... You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane.
So yeah, microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz.
It's your sword, bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
I'm not iDubbbz.
You were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know. I don't know why you're asking me.
This Ethan guy acts like Piers Morgan too.
But I also.
Sorry, I don't know if you heard me. I said I think he acts like, not this guy, but the other guy acts like Piers Morgan too. But like, I like Piers, but I think Piers is a little off about some of his thinking. And it's too bad that they both agree on the genocide thing, because I'd like to see someone push them harder on why they think it's a genocide.
Also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that
it was just a cosmic chance.
I previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo, I don't think.
I know,
right?
it's in your room, though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not, Ethan?
I'm sorry, Hassan. Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that IDub should have removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're telling a Jewish man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
Over the Mangiana, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism. You got me.
Do that.
Yes, you did. You literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay, laugh about it. Go on.
It's not a swastika. And
then why should you leave it up?
You have that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Is anyone in that room Jewish? Was anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery?
I think this whole concept of people are like people can say what they want as long as it's about their own race is kind of stupid, because you're just inviting it's just racist. You're inviting other people to say racist things about you. Like, you don't see well, I'm just gonna say from my perspective, you don't see white people going around saying racist things about themselves. Well, you do. Actually, you see it a lot now. That's what wokeism is. But what I'm saying is it's bad. And in my real life, I don't see a lot of people doing that. Because a lot of people I know aren't really woke, but I see a lot on TV and culture and all that stuff, right? And it's really sad that everybody's just turned against white people after everything that white people have sacrificed to bring to the world. And that's pretty fucked up. And not just white people, but like the English people, the English speakers. Oh no, did I go back to the beginning? Fuck my life.
Of this. Let me ask you a question.
Sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
What is the Sabra tier list?
Kind of dumb.
So why is
I don't understand what this tier list is.
Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said. This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan. Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa, answer the question.
Again.
What, you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz.
But you can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't. Like,
I think it's great you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also
probably because
he's
Jewish.
Fucking, what?
Because it's the most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Do you think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why?
100%, without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell me then.
You look kind of dumb.
So why is Ben there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good. Why is Ben there?
I'm having a hard time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
why is Ben there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences. Hassan, they're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good, and I'm glad he did. He definitely deserved it.
Jew. You called him a token
and
Jew.
I still stand by that. The man is just fucking. Yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra
This is Frogan's tier list. This is her.
So originally, swastika is actually like a Maltese cross that got turned into whatever. The Japanese symbol is actually way older than a swastika symbol. The Nazis just took other people's culture in their own culture, like Christianity, and kind of morphed it to make them seem cooler, and like, you know, they learned from other people's cultures to make their own culture. And but also, I don't think anyone should be putting swastikas anywhere because it's like offensive, right? And I know that he's Jewish, but that doesn't mean that he was a Holocaust survivor, right? It's different when, and also, a modern black person was never a slave, so they shouldn't be able to say the N-word either, right? So, and the way I see it, we should all be colorblind, and either we all say it or no one says it. That's the easiest way to do it. Then we don't have to argue over every fucking word. And everyone has a different perspective because they're raised different.
The lowest, the Sabra hummus, liking Sabra hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam Cedar likes to
I'm
call
not
Ben
determining
Shapiro,
what they can do,
enough.
but this
is
is
going on.
This is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
Wait, so you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog shit.
He can say whatever he wants. I'm not criticizing.
So
by the way, you think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on, what are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
Who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS
Are
national
you sure?
BDS list.
We'll double check.
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Ethan, actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about, how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever since it has been on that official BDS list,
you're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You said, you know what's funny? You told her
because I think it's like
you remember what you told her, son?
Significant.
You remember? Yeah, you remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time.
We're looking for conjuration spells.
Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list. Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly.
Wait,
about
what is
this.
it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. It's everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right? Nobody. Yeah, I don't like Sabra hummus either. But we're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
go ahead. Next question.
I'm not Frogan.
I know it's
and I don't know
I
why.
know. How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also,
who can say?
There is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me, are in the F tier.
On the Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point.
Sure.
But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed by this
joke.
armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah. I got a free
Cool,
Rolex
dude.
hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
You're so, oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F tier.
What does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know
what's
it's
happening?
confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a
so
Jewish
this is
man
a cosmic
in the A
mistake.
tier
Let's move on.
On the tier list. If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Well,
I
that's
really don't.
fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incidents.
The Jewish man is crazy. He sees anti-Semitism
and you're having
everywhere.
a really hard time.
These are just cosmic
if you want my
mistakes.
perspective, I'm telling you. If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels
yes,
of
I know. We can't talk about anything else. That's very convenient for you.
At a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not wearing a shirt that says "I hate Jews," but they're walking around swastikas and doing tier lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as close as you can pretty much fucking get without them just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like,
and I think you're acting really silly and obtuse right now. The guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even concede that this looks bad. Okay, fantastic.
No, you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very good.
I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in popularity in American politics, especially.
Right about that.
So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic. So you're trying to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a
stretch.
But
once again, none of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Let's stop with the value judgment thing. Like you can't make a decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound stupid as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw, I'm not them. I mean, it's...
I mean, I don't know why... You're asking me what their genuine decision-making is.
Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me being anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love
I don't think you're going to like the answer.
Yeah, this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is
and that if they are actually out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you've won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull that clip up,
I'm sure you didn't see that. But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
What? Bow, bam.
Do you think...
You hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy.
No, Ethan.
I think he was on a vibe.
As your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic? One, and if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you as anti?
Point.
Well, let me finish.
Let me finish. You asked me 2 questions, and let's address.
No.
What you think I'm doing that's anti-Semitic?
Hold the phone. You asked me 2 questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, "Do you think I'm anti-Semitic?" After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are
unreservedly yes? I think there is definitely some bias there. I don't know to what degree, because I just literally just started listening to these people.
More anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No, but I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hassan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said I wasn't.
I'm gonna answer.
Okay.
Your form of anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor. What? Always. Everything. And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
let's
think
not worry about that.
Let's sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to pull the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look. Going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said
huge upgrade,
right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago in the aftermath.
Let's go test him out.
Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip. By the way, you accused me of not.
That it won't,
you accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because no, I said I didn't say.
Bro, you literally look like the dude from Beetlejuice. That's crazy. The small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't watch your stream that much. I don't. I only
in the
see
waiting room.
Bro,
that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah.
That's
you are a comedian.
I sure am. But
that actually is pretty funny.
All right,
as a shrunken head guy.
So you accuse me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, "Oh, there's a lot of fraud happening.
I gotta fix this."
There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry about that one day.
Yeah, so you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something. Wait, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting Wait, why are you US showing senator. me this?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question.
Yeah. Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me.
Whoa, you pulled aggro instantly.
Can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back.
Okay.
1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on my
sure
end.
does, buddy.
I'm sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was
and it's not just because of the video.
Pull up the post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
Yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially?
I think Theo is generally a really nice guy, and he's just like he heard all this shit online, and now he doesn't know what to believe. But I could be wrong. He could be like an evil genius acting like an idiot. Or something like, I don't think Theo's an idiot, but he says some stupid shit sometimes. Maybe to be funny on purpose, I'm not sure.
Anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally? And that could be any number of different things that I've done at any given moment.
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why.
You
guys were hitting that same flavor.
Candace Owens on anti-Semitism in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hassan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're kind of getting
2
there.
days ago you said I wasn't, but
I
also for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am because
so
you haven't answered this question.
I have literally answered it probably 2 times. The reason that I'm saying you're anti-Semitic is because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did. You did. You went back and forth.
I have actually went back and checked
you on it.
I had said that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked.
So
You're
I was
lying.
just simply spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Tier list is about Habibi, not Saber. You're conceding to the framing. Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you, my turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here, for example, is someone using it anti-Semitically.
Are you saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison?
Hassan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's a valid thing to. That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on that for sure.
Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree.
Well,
timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're the ADL.
What is this?
Hey, this is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah. You remember?
Wait, is this the? Is this the guy?
Yeah, you remember.
Wait. No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, "Yo, I love this dude." Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No. Hold on.
No.
You brought this dude up.
It doesn't matter. I'm showing him as an example of you.
It does matter.
Okay, fine. He's not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought him up, Hassan, if I brought him up, let me finish my point.
He's not a fan of mine.
Save it.
Why did you make it seem like that?
This guy is so dumb sometimes. Holy shit, dude. Just let him finish what he's saying.
Person was a fan of mine then.
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me. It's my turn to ask a question. Just because I brought him up doesn't give you the space to interject.
Is it because he rolled up to me and tried to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
I was very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hassan, I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared. Yeah,
Ethan, can you answer the question? Why did you falsely claim that this fucking random dude who does not like
that you're his favorite person in the world? What do you mean?
Didn't you use? Wait.
All right, Hassan, here you go, buddy. Here we go. You wanted it, I've got it.
I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sorry,
I love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro.
I love you, bro.
You're like my girl.
You're the GOAT.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
Look gay in that
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm gonna explain to you exactly why. Because
wow, dude, I love you. You're the GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with he's a fan.
Listen, for his own dumbass podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not derailing it.
You
it's
absolutely
not called derailing. When I'm telling you I was there and I'm telling you the situation.
Very good.
You are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive fan of mine.
Do I need to play the clip
again? He was just
again?
trying to cloud chase.
I'll play it again. You know.
You can play that clip again.
He's definitely a massive fan.
Can I give you a hug?
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around? Because that also.
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan. Ethan.
Mm-hmm. You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll
well,
do it again. Fuck it.
My producer and my camera op, March. My producer and my camera op, March,
I'm so sweaty, bro.
there.
I'm so sweaty.
And he's in the chat right now.
You're my.
Oh, the troll's weak to fire. Look at that, dude. We killed the troll.
Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay, very good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
so I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you
and
don't.
He's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he fucking
I'll play it again.
chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running in circles, but I'll play the clip
at a fucking Palestinian encampment. That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for an interview for his podcast, for his PUA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me move
now
on.
You don't
do you
care.
want to talk about this for 2 hours, or do you want to actually have a conversation?
Like this is wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random person who stalked you.
I think he just doesn't care because Hassan's not going to answer the way he wants him to. And also, Hassan is completely avoiding answering the question directly, or like he's just trying to play it off like, oh, I don't even know that guy. So I think they're both like being disingenuous a little bit here. But I mean, the reason that the host is trying to get him to, like, he's trying to defend his show. Basically, he's trying to say like, okay, this is what I'm going to bring up, and now we can talk about it. And then he's like interrupting it while he's bringing it up, and like, you know, being a dick.
Is a fan of mine. You said he was a fan of mine in, I believe, in,
okay,
in one of your videos.
I lied about him being a fan
of mine, and I was sending harassment your way.
Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big point of contention?
I can see. I want to show you an example of.
Do you see my side of this though?
I think because like no, you're being dishonest.
A random Sneeko fan comes up to me.
A random Hassan fan comes up to you,
and you, wants the cloud chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's not what I implied.
Like that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an outright horrific.
You did not imply that this person that was a fan of mine was actually harassing you.
Yes. Now that's a big logical leap, Hassan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, I mean, you are a liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you, and then you imply in your video that he was a fan of mine?
Go ahead. When you're done, I'll wait.
Leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way. Dan, if you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually meets me.
I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending hate your way.
You're terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play? Dan, I send you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
introduction
of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or Potman. Is that it?
Hey, I could be on it. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just the guy. Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
Just live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
Later.
You're out. What? You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why? Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's
it's really
showing the clip.
Okay.
That is the first.
I don't know what I was thinking
of
there.
This character onto the broadcast.
I got distracted.
He doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems that was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hassan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not
Fine,
a
bro.
fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my
that is
God,
erroneous.
dude. You are dragging your feet on this
inference
topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we
You've made
please
an
move on?
inference that is ridiculous.
This clip you sent
and
didn't prove
also
me
false.
wrong at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hassan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think, no. I think that guy.
Yeah.
That, I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. Just like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, you know, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made. Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's funny.
You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the
you took
ADL.
credit over it, didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in, like, worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
This Hassan guy, like, he's looking to the left here. This is important. Let me look this up. Looking to the left while talking. Visual thoughts, remembering something, avoiding eye. So this is what I was thinking. It's avoiding eye contact due to nervousness or hesitation because he's being called out for being a liar, basically, right? Some studies suggest looking to the left may also be associated with truthfulness, so he could be telling the truth. While looking right might be associated with dishonesty. I don't think we can get anything from there, but my first instinct is this guy is looking away to avoid eye contact while he says something that he doesn't want to see the effect of his lie on the person he's lying.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your words very
Or he could be looking for something on his internet.
carefully, Hassan.
Now his other monitor.
Not always. I'm famously.
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say.
But I'm not just basing it based on the way he looks, like with his eyes. I'm also basing it on like stuff that he says and the way that he says it.
You work with the ADL. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
Constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, working with partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what
I
took
have never
place.
spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you
Try to kill
directed the ADL.
this guy again.
Well, actually, you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's
you are a prominent.
That's a
you are
defamatory
prominent
claim that has
content
zero
creator.
proof. And
You are
frankly, it sounds
prominent
a little
content
Jewish
creator.
conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have
I've
said
not
you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is that
I
you
do
have
not
taken
work with the
credit
ADL
for these bans.
Hassan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is
with
not
your
working with the
YouTube
ADL. Would you
videos
say that,
falsely
I got nothing to do with
claimed
the
that this-
ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral
That
story,
wasn't a
independent of
racist
me.
panel, Ethan. Just like cracker is not an anti-white term,
Okay,
except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make.
It's not an anti-white term. Does everyone see this? No, you can't see this right now. You see this? What does the word cracker mean? Cracker, the old standby of Anglo insults, was first noted in the mid-18th century, making it older than the United States itself. It was used to refer to poor whites, particularly those inhabiting the frontier regions of Maryland, Virginia, and Georgia. So it is a derogatory term. Against poor white people from a certain area.
Make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's
Twitch
Frogan
has
repeating the
aimed
same
and
lie that she heard from
public
you.
pressure
The
on
active
numerous
evidence with the
instances.
last
This is
year
what
and
she
a half
learned from
done
you.
everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't. I don't
Okay,
think you
well,
worked
you
directly
doubled
with
down
them.
on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that that is a
No, I don't think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
But then
you're
for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL.
Ethan,
You're now
you
trying to
admitted
rewrite history and
you
say I
admitted
said
that
you were
got the
working
streamers banned.
besides
You
them.
took
You
ownership
are a
over it.
liar.
What are you talking
You
about?
are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously. Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America, who's also anti-Zionist? Do
Ethan,
you
have
work
I
with
ever
them?
taken
Are you
credit?
affiliated with them? Are you
Have I ever
partnered?
taken
Are you
credit
partnered
for
with
an
neo-Nazis?
anti-Semitic
Or
incident
or
at the
do you guys
neo-Nazi-
happen to have the same
Okay,
goal
wait, no,
and
I
are
have a question for
completely
you.
related?
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for
Jesus, man.
a neo-Nazi
Mountain
anti-Semitic
Lion.
incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if
Swastika
neo-Nazis
sword, baby.
actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree, like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was
you
on
would
the
be
tier list,
valid
bro.
in saying that.
It was literally
comparison,
targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I
Especially
respond?
considering, Ethan,
I don't have
Ethan,
to be
Ethan.
a member of ADL to respond to someone
Ethan,
harassing me. Are you
listen
fucking
to my words,
dumb?
please. Listen to my words.
I'm trying, but
Okay?
it's just fucking
Listen to
lies
my
and
words.
filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year.
Wait, I gotta see something, guys. Hold on. Is the ADL like like a racist organization? Oh, Anti-Defamation League. That's what it is. What's the Arab Defense League? What the hell am I thinking of? Did I just make that shit up in my head? Guys, I know what the ADL is. Oh, the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee. I think I probably like mixed these two together. There's also a group called Jewish Defense League who were suspected of attacks against ADC officers. Okay, so they're not 100% good guys, or at least they weren't in the past.
Fighter of anti-Semitism. My association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is. But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
That's
the
not what you said.
ADL in getting
You said I'm
streamers
partnered
banned.
with.
That's
Partnered with.
anti-Semitic?
You are
took
lying.
credit
You
for
are
it, my
rewriting.
man.
You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't
Do
take
you
accountability for your hallucinations.
Hassan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think?
What do you think the average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you?
Bro, you are
Ethan
literally
Klein,
gaslighting me.
make
It's
numerous
so
videos
obvious what you
demanding
meant.
the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, "I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it." What would a normal, reasonable person infer
I was on the
from
tier
that?
list, dude. I was responding to them. It wasn't like a fucking it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been now three instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all three now, which is very convenient.
No, because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel
so
comfortable
glad this is on record.
in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So you think?
Yeah,
that,
I'm glad you. Yes.
So you think that the you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL? And not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
I didn't even make that inference.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit.
Did I
for
ever mention the ADL, Hassan? Answer the question.
It doesn't matter. You took credit for the
It's like prosecutor.
Do I ever mention the ADL?
Answer the question.
In my entire fucking career? Actually, I mentioned them once, but I didn't even know what they were. Frankly, if you have the thing, it was even. Did I ever?
Yeah, it's a clip where you are saying,
Okay.
"I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it." You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference.
Well,
You're
they
saying,
attacked me.
Which one do you think? What do you think the average
you
person
sound
would
so
think in this
silly, bro.
situation when you are saying
Where'd he go?
you did that shit? And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such
Bro,
a
I was being
ridiculous,
silly. I don't care.
stupid,
Listen,
not anti-Semitic thing
listen.
at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know?
I know
who?
Silly.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can move on.
Do I
then.
think
Now
I
you're
got
being
them
silly.
banned? I don't know. Who knows? You know. I think that
Yeah, you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
There's a
because
reason
you
they
cried
call him
about it, and then
token,
the
my
ADL
friend.
actually reacted.
You spend time
because
being
they
a
saw it as
token, you're
great
gonna get
opportunity.
spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them.
You want to cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would
You
you
won't come out here. It's
on your
funny.
Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionist?
Whoa.
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies.
Whoa.
I don't want to dox
Yeah,
them.
you're lying. You're
No, I'm
surrounded.
not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay.
I
Very good.
am.
I don't believe
And
you.
they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because they're not on the
Surprisingly enough. We
receiving
can have
end
a
of
more
an
normal
insane fucking
conversation.
harassment
I can have a more
campaign.
normal conversation with
Why
them
wouldn't they?
than you, seemingly.
All right, so you think that
They would most likely
just to
laugh
recap
at all of this.
Just to
if they're
recap here,
watching.
so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
Child Protective Services.
I
Is that what
don't
it
know
is?
why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't, but
that
you're
has
acting
nothing to do with me.
Part
I'm not
of your
in
shtick,
support of
Hassan,
that.
is acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay. Wait, all right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get
This
back to
is
Israel
quick.
Palestine,
It's
please?
very
'Cause,
quick.
like you
I
see
just
the
want to put a cap
genocide.
on this. Just a cap.
And making these
you're doing the
inferences
thing that I'm
am,
so
and, like,
critical of you on.
partnering
okay?
with like the ADL and
You says so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I am quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just a. You didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
We're doing a lot more damage now, baby.
Interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern.
That's not my only concern. I care about
revolves
multiple
around-
things, my friend.
Revolves. Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about. Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for
And
you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just act. Let's ask the
no one-
accused how
no-
serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant. O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court
Do you
case?
think that
No, I don't. Well,
Sabra
fucking
Hummus's
there it
shit
is. Let's
tier-
let him
You
free.
think that the Sabra Hummus's shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse
Then
again.
why are you bringing up stupid fucking
Because you're
parallels?
You are saying that the accused, right, can
He just called his own parallel stupid.
how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I'm
You
partnered
have
with the
in
ADL.
past-
Remember what you
have
said.
in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have.
What do you mean
talked
bona
about how you
fides?
gave
You-
my fundraiser. What?
Sorry. What do you mean by bona fides?
Like you claimed that you were a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well.
Mm-hmm.
You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke
Mm-hmm.
that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that
Yeah.
pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you
I'll
to
answer.
spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content
harassing me?
creators?
I'll answer your question.
right.
So I claimed when talking about. Now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a
Fast, holy
prolific
shit.
liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do.
All right, guys, this is going to be our 2-hour break. I'm just going to go for a quick smoke, and then I'll be back. So stick around. And we're back. Sorry about that.
Effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that.
But you wanted me to be deplatformed
Let me
as a
finish.
virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that
What's not the case?
those,
what I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms
We
of
can
the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing
attacking people that
who
harass
are
me,
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the silliness.
Claiming that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not, because your criticisms are ridiculous. My point
I
I'm
mean,
trying
that's
to make
kind of
here
up to other people
is
to
that
decide at this
your
point.
criticisms are in your own mind. Like, you have hallucinated an alternative
By the way,
reality.
gaslighting, anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and you have it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability, so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You are a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times, calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage on, as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings.
Not entire.
And a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are
There you go,
criticizing
dog whistle.
You literally think.
Can we get a whistle soundbite every time he calls me paranoid or hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism.
You got a
That's not
whistle?
the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
I definitely don't
develop
like you.
anti-Semitism after
Let
doing
me
a podcast
stand
with
on
you for 2
business and say
years.
I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish
hope.
everybody well. Everybody, be well.
No,
all right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't even need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny?
What? 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 The guy that I talk about fucking obsessively 100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort, my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Not only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used clips that are unlisted called Hamasabi when making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism.
Who gives a fuck?
From
I pulled a clip
link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your proof that I work with Destiny.
None of that is relevant.
Okay.
What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your context nuke. So yeah, I don't think it's that ridiculous of a fucking assertion to make, especially when considering.
I actually don't know Destiny's stance on Israel and Palestine. I think he's pro-Palestinian.
The fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass harassment operations that they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to,
No, I think you're
worked
doing
with,
enough
talked
to
about
discredit
Destiny
yourself
in my
all on your own.
life.
I don't need to bring
It's
that
a
up.
really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are. Oh, you pulled a meme from his subreddit once, and
No,
there was a
that's
guy
not
in your
the only
Discord
reason.
that's
Did I
also
bring
in
that
his
up?
Discord. I think you're
No, I
hallucinating.
didn't say any of those things.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hassan?
Ethan, I didn't.
Hassan,
say
are you
that.
crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you have
I gave
friends
you
who are
a
aware
reason.
of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he
co-host
discovered
that
the
you
IP ban. Is
correspond
that not
with.
true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think
It
so.
is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did it, but it's fine. Yeah.
So
you
how
brought
is that
up.
an endorsement?
Ethan,
What,
are you
Ethan?
claiming that
is this
you
what
don't
you
have
do
direct
whenever you're trying to
correspondence with
avoid
Dan Saltman?
Ethan? Hassan, are you hallucinating?
Okay.
Hassan?
Do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly
You
aligned with him
say-
and uses his community to brigade, and also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's
don't
own
really
community.
fucking care,
for
because that's not
literally
Destiny, is it?
unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Man, you
Do
are
you feel
really
like that's a good
hallucinating.
person to align with?
I'm not
That you now
endorsing him.
openly admit.
I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting
Have
information
you ever
from him
spoken to somebody
use.
you don't endorse? I mean, what
That's
kind of
so
silly
cool.
bullshit are we doing here?
Certainly. That
Well,
is-
there you
yes,
go.
I speak to
Oh my
people I
God,
don't
dude.
endorse. I'm speaking to
Dude,
one
you
right
talk
now.
to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said
You
I've
also
spoken with
brought
Dan
forward-
Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points
I don't
without
think I need
ever
to
having to
delegitimize you
address
by
them.
associating
And
you
isn't
with
that
Destiny.
convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't
Hassan?
think I need to. I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
Yeah,
and also,
because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
Sounds getting his ass kicked right now.
That's right. Hassan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing
Year and a half.
to admit, but I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until
What have we
pretty much
disagreed on?
The December
What have we
of
disagreed on?
2024.
I'm sorry. What
What?
am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hassan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead. What do we disagree
we are
on?
disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on.
Does that seem
and
significant?
What you think is the major point of contention here?
Well, that's first of all, I'm what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hassan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context?
Absolutely
wasn't a clip
not.
compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening. Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose
Her
to
name is
use that
Hila, by
clip
the way,
that is
Hassan.
14
I don't
seconds
know
long
why
out
you
of
referred to her
context.
as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails
Hila.
asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so why don't you say that? Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no. She's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes, absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you initially understood the full context until Hila stopped you and said, no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny.
Okay, so I don't know what's going on here. Like, is he saying he asked for his wife's clothing? Does his wife sell clothing or something? I feel like this is something like an issue between him and his wife. To be quite honest. It's probably in poor taste for Hassan to be doing that shit, though. Oh my god.
The rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
the totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I knew you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the most accurate way?
I'll be honest with you. I was gonna be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity.
Ethan, I want you to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for. You know what? Thank you, Hassan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is.
You are a prolific liar, bro. Where's the link?
Oh, say oh.
Just control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Hila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend the lens of criticism to other people.
I mean, that's a little silly considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady. Anyway.
Okay, while we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it.
Deny the
violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
I'm grabbing another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
Is that there is one instance in
Did you
captivity.
put a
Hamas headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are
It's all been verified.
simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way,
As
if you're
I
showing
said,
my
You're giggling. You're
Israel
giggling.
had
It's so
a right,
funny.
Has a right to defend
No, I'm
itself.
not giggling. I'm
sure are.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about?
What rapes did Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week is also.
Oh, he's not taking this good. He looks horrible here.
Also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? call people mentally ill. I find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific acts
I'm not exactly I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
So you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
When someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hassan.
Men and girls. Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Ethan.
Hassan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay. But I got the point. You're saying that you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that someone is
men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen. There you go, Hassan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen. That's great commentary, by the way. Okay.
I mean, it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. You did actually. I'm surprised you did actually show the my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you misrepresent continually. That you fucking continually lie about the conclusion.
Report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the UN
preliminary report? Go ahead, you tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report. Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel, though.
I agree.
You said there's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand, one instance in captivity.
Usually when people repeat what someone just said, they're trying to think of a lie.
You understand, because you don't give a fuck about the reality of it.
What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude, because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hassan. Please, calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're
whoa.
behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, okay.
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay? There is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
There's hostages they got back that told their stories, bro.
What's the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that...
No, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course,
victims
I remember
of
you do that.
Assault. Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hassan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? they do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you
Are
through
they
this real quick.
hallucinating?
No. So do you? No, you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible
That's why I said Pixar didn't happen, bro.
Is not
You need
enough
rape
to
kits.
prosecute.
Hassan needs
Credible
rape kits.
circumstantial evidence is not enough.
Pixar
to
didn't happen, right?
Prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with
At the time, there was no victims coming out because they were all kidnapped, bro, and dead. Like, how fucking stupid are these people?
all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
It's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all
This is
women,
not an
hey?
unhinged freak on Twitter.
Hey, are we
This is,
believing all
again,
women
there's also
unless
an
they're
article that
Israeli?
you can-
Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that, well, obviously you don't rape
I'll
someone
send
and
you
then
the
keep them
PBS
alive, right?
article
So most of them were
on-
murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence...
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how two debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account. It's two accounts. But the rest
There's
of the
way more than two accounts. What am I? What? Hey, Hassan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe
Ethan,
women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence.
As far as I understand, which isn't very fair.
I'll
send
in
you.
the aftermath of October 7, and it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli
Show
prosecution,
me evidence of anything you're
that
saying.
they openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution
no, it is, but
of
you
journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because
What do
it
you mean,
sounds
you guys?
credible.
Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence. Haaretz boy.
I sent
Swastika boy.
debunked narratives, and also here is the Israeli prosecutor Moran Gitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with the complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence,
all
which is
dead.
particularly notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why
They're
someone
all
sent me
dead,
this link
bro.
of this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think
Ethan,
that they
where are the
raped people and then
victims?
didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you give me the names of the victims?
Yes.
I will. First of all, I am not in the business of denying
You
rape.
are.
If there are victims that have come forward in this process,
I will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, like, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have
only if there's
credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the name.
Yeah. There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're gonna?
No.
Is that where you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or in the Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
what the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay, we're having this conversation.
Magica. I don't know.
You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor.
You know,
I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli pro-rape
crime that an Israeli did unrelated to the conflict.
Israel had a January 6th style. Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing.
Do you think I'm defending this? Why I'm not defending this.
The prosecutor's office and forcibly with guns took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the.
Dude, this guy, I got a feeling that this guy is fucking dreaming because I never heard none of this. But this might have been a while ago. I don't know what year he's talking about. Obviously, if it was true, that's horrible. But I don't believe. Like he's probably making something even worse than what it actually was.
The Sde Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding? Here's a.
Oh, he's talking about the prison camp, where they kept like terrorists and stuff.
The victim
that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from. I think there was an even more recent one than this, but. Oh, where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorists who had guarded me.
See, this is what I was talking about. These survivors came out, man.
He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Is she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place?
Well,
at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity.
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean?
I knew exactly what he was planning to do.
You literally
and yet I couldn't do anything to prevent
Wait, pause it for a second.
No. Listen to what she has to say, Hassan. Hassan, don't silence her. Let her fucking talk. No, because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that everybody's lying, that Israelis are just inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's ever happened. Listen to her.
Cry.
He's such a leftist, dude. He just makes up fucking shit that don't even make sense. Never acknowledges he's wrong, just makes up some other bullshit argument. Like Dave Smith talking to Douglas Murray. It's just a joke. Well, let me look at these for a second. Can't take that. 62 is too big.
Listen to her words.
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act nice to the person who had just sexually
Listen to this
assaulted
victim.
me
Show her
in the
some
most
respect, Hassan.
horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross
Not a
the way
day
you're
goes
doing
by
this.
that I don't think about
Yeah, it's
what that
gross.
terrible man did to
It
me.
is. You're.
We were held in such
Show respect.
Monster, brother. That is fucking
no person
gross.
should ever be subjected
Dan,
to
pull
such
the fucking
brutal and
plug on
ruthless
this. Holy
treatment.
shit.
Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor of
of
Hamas on
militant.
October
I
7th.
literally said in the video,
A man who was stripped naked and raped by Hamas on October 7th has revealed for the first time how he was spat on and humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim, who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my
They
words.
touch my
very
private
carefully,
parts, they
because
rape
you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim
you are so
as a
pathetic.
fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged. Okay?
Silence.
And you know
In
I
new
acknowledged
footage,
it because you posted it in your video that
Here it
you
is.
just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
You're doing it matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who
Dozens
were in
of
hiding
testimonies.
and heard.
Oh, yeah.
He's mad. He's not even ashamed or anything. He's just mad that he got caught lying.
Ethan,
Are you denying that?
You said in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here. In the beginning, you said on October 7th, there were numerous victims
Doesn't apologize.
of sexual violence. That you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence
Showing you
on
people.
October 7th. Because
Wait, hold on,
I
hold
never
on, hold on.
said that
You're
there
saying
was no
only-
sexual
wait, what?
assault that took place.
Wait,
I,
you're
as a
saying they
matter of
have to
fact,
have been on
looked at that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, first-hand account, first-hand testimony on sexual assault.
I
that
wish
took
you
place
had the
in
energy
captivity.
you
That
have
was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the
You can cast all restoration spells. Nice.
fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the
Because
same energy.
I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are
I'm
you
showing
talking
you
about?
people and names. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What's with my people and names? I don't understand.
You see how his brain actually doesn't comprehend what he's seeing right in front of his eyes because his whole worldview is being shattered right now, and he can't comprehend how to make it make sense in his head, his worldview. And so his brain is just rejecting everything that's being told and shown to him. This is someone being red-pilled in real time.
Of the victim.
If there are
Just because
victims,
you need your
you
hero.
say
You know what?
believe
Wait a second, let me fix. Actually, no, never mind. That's
This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can't just
I mean, I
let's
gave
just
you
move
two.
on from this. This is a major point of contention. You have falsely
just
smeared me
exhausted.
as a rape denier when you yourself, the one
Falsely? Dude, it's your own videos. What the hell is he talking about?
evidence.
You deny mass rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
The instance of sexual
I
violence
showed
in
two.
captivity
I just showed you two.
that we know of up until this
Just
point.
showed you two.
You and I both agree on.
I showed you
know
two.
that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know
No,
that
you
I've
deny
acknowledged
mass rapes
it,
happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happen, not that rapes happen. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there
it
you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just
for
showed
the
you
record,
two.
The clips that you used, ironically
Actually, I
enough,
showed
the
you
reason why I
three.
say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report.
They just said the Nakbar unit.
First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most
And
victims
not
were
only-
killed. Hassan. Report
Do you
follows
feel-
earlier
wait,
testimony from a man
okay.
who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on first-hand accounts of victims. Yawn all you want. First-hand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they
do you
fucking
think
kill
when
them.
someone-
According to the report,
do you
4
think-
individuals approached the welfare.
Oh my God.
There is no way to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about
Do you
being
think that when-
gross.
do you
Listen to
think
these
that
victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence
Bro,
to actually
you know
conclude,
the fucking answer to that.
actually conclude
because
that person
you know
was
that
sexually
Jews,
assaulted.
you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Ethan, you
what
just
happened.
said dozens of
Where am I right
victims
now?
came out in that
I'm
article,
reading
and I
you.
don't know
What are
where
you
that article
doing,
is
bro?
from.
I'm
You
showing
said
you the
dozens of
evidence that
victims
you're
came out
wrong
in that
right
article.
now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 12, sorry, not blah, 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 but 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided first-hand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have
Okay,
no
so then what
reason
the
to believe
fuck
that
is
they
your
are.
point?
But from everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article
This is so
that was
exhausting, bro.
posted by Lisa
Here comes the Haaretz article.
Rozovsky.
I just
why
read
are
you
you
first-hand
discounting-
testimony
I'm
of
using-
4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
You're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing
Where
the
are they?
victims.
You said,
I'm
where's their
saying that
bodies?
Since,
Pics or it didn't
since what
happen?
you have mentioned, since
You're
the thing
saying
that
pics
you
or it
mentioned,
didn't happen,
okay?
right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead.
No,
Where did this go?
You moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this
They
regard.
killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? What are you?
Why are you saying
okay?
you killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay. I understand.
It might be. I might be. My mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting you, just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if you probably said it by mistake, even.
Jesus Christ, how many freaking excuses are you gonna come up with for just one thing? Holy shit, dude, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about, so you say shit. You say you're gonna keep the volume low, like put on some fucking headphones.
Even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
Go ahead. I mean, I just read 4
Because the question I have for you, is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
Fine. It's fine.
I apologize.
You misspoke.
I didn't
I
mean
don't
that.
care.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars. Pixar didn't
There
happen.
have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from
So what?
Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay? She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't...
Wait, what is this? Oh, I took everything. Fuck. It is about Oblivion, and I'm also reacting to debates while I'm playing. Where did I get? Okay, here it is. 30% chameleon. That's amazing. Is this oops. Is this well, it's light armor. Oh no, this is a debate between Hassan Piker and Ethan Klein. This happened on May 2nd. It's got 2 million views. They're two like big streamers. One's I don't know a whole lot about the drama, but they got into beef and now they're arguing. They're debating each other. What's this one? Gotcha, that makes sense. Hell yeah. Sometimes when you're playing Oblivion, it's like, it'd be a little boring. Especially when you're power leveling.
Don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different. Either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Dropsite News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What
I don't know if I can do this.
supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave first-hand testimony. I read it to you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination.
Pixar didn't
there has
happen.
been no justice for these victims in
Pixar didn't
Israel
happen.
on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely
I'm crack open a root
ruined.
beer.
Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way
For
to
first-hand-
actually.
Are you
there is
actually-
no
I think
way
that's
to
it for
actually
this place.
bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base.
Hassan, are you
because
listening?
You think
4 first-hand victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but
let's.
He's deflecting so hard here. Like he was just literally on tape saying it. Now he's telling us that he didn't say it.
You know what? You're right. You know what, Hassan? You're right. Let's err on the side of these
If there are
victims
victims
lying.
then, why are
Let's
there-
err on
why
the
have
side.
they
No,
not?
you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And
no,
yeah, they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're
Let's
lying.
go back to town and sell some stuff.
My confusion on this comes from the fact that
it's not confusing.
while-
It's obvious.
while
Most of this
previous
shit
reporting-
happened, were killed,
while
and it's
previous
a religious.
reporting came
It's a
out-
religious
while
part of
previous
this first
reporting came
responding
out-
unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable.
What?
Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed. Which just
Dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They bury the
No,
body.
no, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the
buried the
victims deserve
bodies.
justice? What's wrong with you? You don't think these
Justice.
victims deserve justice?
This
Why
is
did
so
Israel?
stupid.
It's like a little different over there because like you're talking about people living in like, you know, well, Israel's kind of like it's at war, but it's not like war torn. But there are parts of the area that are probably like, you know, people just bury the bodies where they are, right? But I don't know. Since it's so close to Israel, they probably take the bodies back. But like I know over in Syria and stuff, like they were just burying people wherever they were.
Wait, can we please
Refuse
move on?
an outside investigative committee.
How do you
to
explain these
actually,
four accusers?
Under normal circumstances,
How do you explain
the
these
United
four
Nations
accusers?
or a third party,
How do you explain
will come
these
in
four
and conduct
accusers?
an investigation.
How do you explain the four accusers?
I don't know.
Okay,
Why,
very
How
good.
do you explain
Well,
the
let's err on the
prosecutor
side of
after
them
those
lying.
four accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new. It's newer. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
I guess we're at an
can't
impasse
speak
here.
out.
I mean, listen,
cannot-
Hassan, we're at an
I
impasse.
cannot
Can we move
disprove
on?
something that I don't know about when the prosecutor.
He argues his way into a tie, but in reality, like he's completely wrong here.
Do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the four accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm
Because
speaking
you're a
about
liar. You're a
something that came
propagandist,
out
and you fucking
after
hate
that.
Israelis.
Well, he's definitely a
Can we
liar.
move on, please?
What?
There's obviously at an impasse.
No.
Oh my
no.
God! I'm
This is very
just trying to
important.
consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude. This is
You
exhausting.
have claimed falsely that I
No,
do not
I've-
recognize the testimony of a sexual
Okay,
assault that took
yes.
place in captivity.
Yes.
That was false.
Yep,
Do you
it was
admit
false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%. Can we
So
move on?
You're admitting that you
He doesn't actually
falsely
believe it.
smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable
Well, let's
evidence,
take a look
verifiable
here.
claim of rape from a first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay.
You see how you gotta keep adding words in, just cramming it in there until you don't even understand what they're saying anymore, and then they're like, "See, I beat you." Like, what did he even just say just now? I bet nobody even knows.
Yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead. You can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So you can't see it?
Oh.
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay. Very good. I guess what's the is just a little delay for him, Dan? Or?
No. I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is Zone of Interest. You're familiar?
I should probably buy the rest of this furniture.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your
Taking place.
implication is what?
Rudolf Huss and his family put together.
And your implication
in the backdrop, you can see
is
there
what?
is a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your
and,
implication
there's
to
a
me
train that
is what?
Most likely inferred to be sending.
This
Jews
is the
into
clip you're
concentration
responding
camp.
to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Yeah, can you
explain
play the clip? Play the clip.
It's 2 minutes and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean I want to watch it too. It's just.
Ooh, can I get all the
I know
way?
you do.
Let's see here.
No.
I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this
Because
this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out?
Content Cop.
You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean,
You don't
I
know?
haven't talked to him about it.
I mean,
but
he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I
you were there.
assume. I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So
Yeah, I mean,
it's not that
I think
bad.
if anything, I think it just means that more people are interested than me than you.
A good price for a good customer.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people, I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, want to.
Do you want to look at the like
see
ratio?
Someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the
I gotta buy this furniture.
the like ratio on this? Damn.
Here we go.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This.
Oh my god. Dude got destroyed on his own video. 500 and like I don't even understand how the algorithm pushes something so that 530,000 people see it and don't like it. If I get 2 dislikes on my video, nobody sees that shit. No matter how good it is. So I don't know. This is artificial. 100%. Dude, ain't no way. I don't believe it.
This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
My favorite.
To be false.
Okay. Well, here.
The dislike.
Let's watch.
Not artificial dislikes, but artificial views. Like making the video come up, and then real people are seeing it and disliking it, but it's being propped up by bots in the first place, probably.
Not correct.
Let's just watch
Why
it.
am I arguing on behalf of Ian's video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting, but I'll play the clip.
Not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you. Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even going to be able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the
You were in the video.
clip.
How I see Israel. Because
You
you
were in
don't
the
see
video.
that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking.
Yes, you ruined a charity event. I hope.
I'm not sure who this guy is. Israel 30
You're proud.
Oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
I'm
about
talking
it on
about
his podcast.
Israel proper.
What I want to do is show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I
might
literally say in this clip
buy some
that
new armor.
It's has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the
Time
West
to
Bank,
upgrade.
considered to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say.
I like these
clearly in this
animations.
clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talk.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
We
did
never
you think that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even.
Shield your eyes.
We never like
I think that's the-
co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh.
Oh, I'm definitely behind this.
Okay, well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience
Damage
in
lower,
Israel
nice.
proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know
What
what's so
happened
funny?
there?
You know what's funny?
crazy,
It's
'cause
all
it
on the
felt like it
audio.
was
Go
both
listen to
AB
it,
and Olivia
dipshit. It's on the
that
audio.
were-
You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio.
They don't got anything good.
If you
Yeah,
gave a
both
fuck.
AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know, it's fine. It's not that big of a
What are
deal.
you implying
All
here?
right.
What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're
By
trying
your
to
own
say.
admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West.
I completely disagree with all this. There's no apartheid either.
Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think
Do
it's.
you
I don't.
feel-
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza. Like
you
West,
feel
I mean,
like
the
you
West
go
Bank
into
has
Israel
checkpoints. It has
amidst
like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, you know, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's
Not at all.
that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where
Jonathan
Israel?
Glazer,
You
who
mean in Tel
made
Aviv?
this-
So you're saying
Jonathan
that
Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on, your
He
criticism.
said as much.
You're
in
saying
his Oscar award.
all I said was my
winning
lived
speech.
experience in Israel proper.
It's crazy how many people are just trying to make money off of this whole situation.
Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay? And
Yeah,
also
I
is
make
an
a distinction.
apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
Welcome to the channel, Codsworth.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
Robot.
You can't.
I mean, I lived
compartmentalize
there for
Israel
5
proper
years in Tel
from the
Aviv.
crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from
saying-
where I live in Tel
Clone High was an awesome show, by the way. Nice name.
Aviv. 6 miles from what?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot
exactly
further
where
than
you live
6
in Tel
miles.
Aviv.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's
No,
close
so you're
enough that you can
the-
see it. If you go to Cyrodiil, you can watch it.
The
They call
point
it
you're
the night
making is that
cinema.
everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
So,
death camp.
and so I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper, and you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are.
No, you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose the
officer,
one with the
is
guy
that-
standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire...
It's so stupid, man. Like, the Palestinians have had their own state. They lost it because they voted these people in, Hamas. Hamas people oppressed them almost immediately, and then didn't let them do anything, and then took everything from them, made bombs, attacked Israel to the point where Israel then had to not surround Palestine, but they had to make sure that nobody could get into Israel. So they had to, like, you know, block off what's it called? Buffer zones. They had to make buffer zones, and they weren't even far enough. So then now they're making even bigger buffer zones. So it's not, it's like a missile can't even go that far anymore, right? That's how big the buffer zone has to be. And a lot of the oppression that the Palestinians and stuff are having over there right now is because of Hamas is actually the ones making the laws and stuff. Israel doesn't even make the laws there.
It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on extermination.
And these Palestinians who don't have houses and stuff, it's like a lot of them is it's because their government isn't functional, right? They don't have, like, they could have electricity if they wanted to, except for their government doesn't turn it on. And then they go and say, "Oh, it's the Israelis." It's kind of ridiculous.
exterminationist principles
definitely agree.
of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean, yeah,
it would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's
and
not
I'm
the
going to
same
show
at
you
all, dude.
how wonderful
It's so
Auschwitz looks like because it's German territory."
Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see.
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on?
I mean,
by your own
you did a show with me and you consider me your friend, and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact. Like Ofer Kassev, I have interviewed Israelis from the
Okay, so now this guy is a reporter. Come on.
From the anti-Zionist youth movement, Mezarvot. Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what.
All right, now we're getting somewhere. Ilan Pappé. I don't even know. Is this a real person? Wait, go back.
Guide me. Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very.
Exeter. What the hell is this? I've never heard of this. Exeter. It's known for academic excellence. It's like 15th in the UK. Yeah, the UK is extremely woke right now. All their citizens are completely and utterly pissed at their government, and their government is completely switching everything around to be anti-immigration when it was open borders policy when it started like last year. So I would have to look into this guy's work, and I really don't want to, but it seems like he's radicalizing people by the sounds of it.
Very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact. As long as they are anti-Zionist, because I care about the Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay, very
good. I thought foolishly that you were one of these people.
Very good.
I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for
I don't know what to do now.
16 months of horrific
do you want me to
mass
respond?
bombing and
Let's get our staff.
You gotta stop. You gotta stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining to you my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair.
I never seen the clip.
See, this is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past.
Yeah, but He made one good point in the last 45 minutes, and now he's acting like he won. Like, come on, dude. You don't like. I'm not even gonna get into it.
16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I privately,
on a lot of things.
This is something that I privately talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
You are behaving like a. The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying.
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences.
What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have
I mean, to me, a Zionist is someone who believes that the Jews deserve their own homeland, like their own country. And honestly, every ethnicity has their own country for the most part. So I don't see why it's such a big deal. Well, I know why it's such a big deal, but if you think about it logically, it's not even a big deal at all.
Subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am. That I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was. What you just said.
Okay, does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
As well.
What did I say, Hassan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As last month.
You can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
You have something?
I have many things.
As
recently as last month. As recently as.
Getting so beautiful.
Example of me saying something
I'm giving you another
Zionist.
example. Just calm down and listen. As recently as last month.
You're not answering my question. You're just doing this kish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation
Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crime. So is hiding inside of them, putting ammunition in them, using people as human shields, and operating out of them as a military. So the one war crime, which is a response to 4 or 5 war crimes, is not actually a war crime. Well, I'm not an expert on that. Maybe it is still a war crime, but I don't see where they had much choice there. Like, I mean, what's the UN gonna do? You know, they're just all they're gonna say is condemn the terrorists in the hospital. That's all it is. They'll never stop them or anything like that. So, and you know what? One of these days, and I'm telling you now, this is for people in the future if they ever come back and listen to this shit. One of these days, North America is gonna be attacked. And we're going to have terrorists and shit here. And we're going to do something that other people might find heinous or people lie about and make us look bad. And we're going to wish that the president was set back now where you could defend your homeland if they're attacking you. Because this is going to be like, we're getting close to like what could be like a freaking holy war.
Your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand, you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
Oh, I got disease.
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think it's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a lot fucking safer than
not a standing structure
the 7th floor of an apartment building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy
You're
every
okay with
hospital
Hamas
implies
spending the
that a bomb
totality?
shelter would
Can I
just
ask you a
simply be
question?
fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You make a cure here now.
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on how. It depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against. Because any kind of resistance against the state of Israel,
because they don't make bomb shelters.
Because your expectation,
because they don't make bomb shelters
from the Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it, so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, it infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
the reason
time
why people
and time
believe
again.
That is because of your hyper focus
Name
on
one.
you, and your distractions
That makes me a Zionist?
away,
That
and
makes
your
me a Zionist?
deliberate deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous.
Being pro-Palestine doesn't absolve you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get
So
mad
I'm
at the
public
Houthis.
enemy
You
number
call them
one.
terrorists. You call
defending
Hezbollah a
myself.
terror group, which is by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have
Hold on, do you not
successfully
consider Hezbollah a
resisted
terror group?
against American imperialism?
The state's
and other
definition?
forms of colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny
What about
people their habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation.
That's not true.
Of the
Okay,
American
very good.
Constitution. So
Hassan,
yes,
please, I want to
think
have
that this definition is intentionally vague and it's
Can I
fucking-
request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please.
Look at this.
We're gonna be
The
here.
American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
No.
I don't know.
But you,
here, I'll be
but
more
you
precise.
use its definition without ever actually
You're
thinking
right.
about
Fuck
it. What do you
Let
mean?
me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Law is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not
I like what you like. What the fuck?
have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, Leah, thank you for asking.
You're
Exactly. All right, let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not
actually.
have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force.
What a beautiful scene here,
Everything in the
boys.
fucking region because it has an
I gotta make a coffee.
extermination
Oh, let's-
policy, and you agree with that.
I gotta make a coffee, but I'm not gonna be very long. But we're just gonna look at this scenery over here. Okay, I guess we're gonna fight this first.
Because it's a underlying
Going back.
exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You
Let me
said
speak,
it's a
please.
genocide.
All right.
So what is the
Hassan, please,
expectation?
this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond. Okay.
Okay. Now
Thank
respond.
You. Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? and you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what the Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions.
He's saying I don't have a problem with them, and then he's saying, point out where I said that I never had a problem with that specific thing. It's like, so you do have a problem with them. Which statement's true? Because they can't both be true.
In Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem.
You're
with
precise
that. Yes,
with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video,
if he doesn't think that harming civilians is okay, then why does he defend Hamas, who are using human shields?
Falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay. You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore, what? They did nothing wrong?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
So what does it matter the exact count? Why does that bother you?
You erroneously claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths.
Fear back, cap it down.
They collaborated.
You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force? They
participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that.
You sure are. You're like, Hezbollah didn't do that. Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed-out town that was barrel bombed.
They worked
most likely
with
by Russian
the government,
forces.
bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
That is a false. This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending terrorism right now,
falsehoods.
by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people.
Okay, so it wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
Assad regime. You're
minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian
No, I'm putting
military.
blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying that.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did, yes. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah. You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Axis of wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say that.
I'm not.
You said
I'm lying.
You said
I'm telling you
You
what
were
my
talking
position
to a
is right
normie.
now.
You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, how do we feel about Hezbollah? A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way, Hassan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion of the wanton slaughter of Syrian
Here's what you
civilians?
said, because you want to be
Dude,
precise.
You made up I like what you like. Ethan, I don't have an issue with them. Let's just said that they killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter. in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allied.
They did.
Participate. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending
sure
them,
sounds like
Ethan.
it.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I am verbatim repeating what you said. You
and I'm having a
liar.
conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can
I'm
you
not
lie to
minimizing
people?
what you
Like
did.
we
I'm
just watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put the so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah, you've said that numerous times. You actually said you ChatGPT'd against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay, don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat?
Oh, I hate that.
Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah,
because it doesn't.
You mean I'm
doesn't
Zionist?
work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did, but then you spend all of your time criticizing
responding to
people
harassment
who are offering analysis and not just.
I want to say something too. If you made it this far through the video, I don't think that I am part of the Zionist movement. Okay, because the Zionist movement is an actual movement where they created Israel. You know, but if your definition of a Zionist is you believe that the Jews should have their own homeland, then I guess I am a Zionist. But what I really am is a nationalist. And let me explain. If you believe that your country has the right to defend itself against external threats, then you have to support Israel. Because Israel, that's what Israel did. Now, I'm not gonna say that everything that Israel did was on up and up. I am sure that there are racist people in the military. I'm sure that there are people who, you know, their friend died next to them and they did something terrible. Like, God, it's war. That's what happens. You know what I'm saying? And in war is not just. War is just reality. It's like, I don't believe that the powerful should take things just because they can, but if you need something and you can't take it and you do take it, like, I don't really have a problem with you. Like, if we were driven out of our homelands and we had nowhere to go, what would we do? You would take somewhere by force because you have to survive, right? You're not just going to die. So I think that it's important to defend these laws, like country self-defense laws.
Can I flip it on you a little bit?
Are actually formed. You're upset.
Hassan, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm
talking,
hoping
bro.
to explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice now.
No, you don't need to explain anything to me. I understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
You answer my question and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Two loaded questions.
You rely heavily on your audience not really understanding the terms that you are using.
Let it be.
That was the biggest projection I've heard in the whole debate. Let's hear it again.
2 years. Are people valid?
Ethan,
and considering
you rely heavily on
your
audience not really understanding
please
the
answer my
terms that
question?
you are using.
Let it be
okay?
noted.
That's exactly what he's doing right now. He's projecting his feelings.
You are dodging.
When you say, "Oh, Hassan defends terrorists," okay,
literally,
there's
just
a reason
did.
why you say that. You say that to
You literally just
disparage
did.
me without actually addressing my arguments. And now, when you're faced with me, face to face,
God,
to
bro,
talk
you're
about
doing it
these
again.
issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I
In the
just run
beginning,
around being like,
How many times has he said, "So you agree with me? So you agree with me?" But that's why he started it off with that question.
Ethan defends terrorism? I think you do, but
I
for a
said their
different reason,
actions
and we'll
were
get to
noble.
that
I
in a
didn't call
second.
them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their
I said their
inception was
actions
a
were noble.
noble one.
Yeah.
You said Hezbollah was.
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no.
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am.
People can assume I'm
presenting a
Zionist,
position.
but it's okay for it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got
Because,
it. The logic
no,
is
you don't
clear.
understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
I get why
I'm
people
a
assume you're
fucking
pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel? Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hassan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
My community that's done any of these things that you're talking about.
Okay, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's
He must have Tourette's or something, does he?
subreddit. I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a Snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking
Tourette
about?
syndrome.
You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base have
Hassan,
left your
you
community
said your
for this
community has
reason
nothing to
because
do with
you can't take a
this.
fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
Problem. If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend
Jesus
the
Christ,
reality.
bro. I just want to have a conversation.
They need a moderator if they're going to have a debate because someone needs to stop Hassan when he's just going on and on and on. He does like what Destiny does, where he's just like talking over you and then trying to switch into topics so many times you can't remember the points that he made to try and dispute what he said. And if you look, if people try to clip the debate later, it'll all just be him going blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? So it's just terrible.
And I don't want to just gish gallop forever.
Cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Please,
and if
let me
you
just talk.
demonstrated,
This is you say your community has nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you
please,
Ethan,
Hassan, let me finish a
listen to
point.
me. If you demonstrated,
dude, you gotta let me finish a point. This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No. Listen to me.
So I'm not muted. So hold on, let me finish. You gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now, most people would not have left your community, by the way.
I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
I was just about to skip forward.
Plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
You have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous
Did I
Redditors?
say that?
Wait.
I said they're primarily responsible for
Whoa,
harassing
whoa, whoa.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So, I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question.
What?
So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that is called CPS.
No.
And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is much more broad than that.
Yes, you're inferring it.
You can't address.
He did kind of infer it earlier.
Into your straw man.
Sorry, I'm talking over him. He did kind of infer it earlier in the video when he said that he's like, yeah, I'm getting harassed by your community, and this happened, and this happened, and then this happened, and, you know, and that was one of the things. But maybe he doesn't remember saying that.
Manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for this participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Giving it a shout out. Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hassan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
You did it.
No, I think it's.
Also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
Well, you have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking
Well, why
false.
did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan?
Why
I can't believe you
did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point as he was, doing gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him to attack me. Okay? There's a difference between
that's different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating
bro,
my community.
I do not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you are.
People don't fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do.
Oh,
you know
they love you,
like,
huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hassan.
What's going on?
Dubs too.
Ethan,
my objective.
Okay, hold on, guys. This is crazy. I gotta concentrate for a second. I don't even know what's happening. Oh my god, there's guards. I think I didn't shoot them. I can take this now. Necromancers, huh? Did he have a weapon? I think I can move him.
Is not to be liked, Hassan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be like. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Then why? Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career's been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are.
Because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience, because you've been saying that I've been like
yeah.
I'm
waiting
campaign.
for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
Are you?
It's embarrassing.
Sorry, hold on.
Especially
Dan is
because
in
of the way you behave now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to sea Palestine will be free.
I'm not gonna let you stun lock me again. Another pathetic fucking
Jewish
lie.
people.
Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get stunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
Wait. So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews that they are completely off base with the rest of the
Is that the same as capos? Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone be a token?
Because he's not coming in.
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this? This is the clip.
Token Jews that are not representative of the broader movement.
Well, they're statistically
You also called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically.
Jews
yes.
that you don't like, and you are quick
I have
to
a
call
problem
them
with
capos.
Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there? You don't like Bad Empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
But I'm not.
But suddenly, when he
Here's
starts
the
talking
difference.
about me,
Here's
he's
the
your
difference,
best friend.
Ethan.
Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what? I also
And all of a
always
sudden,
say?
you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada.
Why do you
and
love
I've
his
maintained
videos
this
suddenly?
position- I've
Before
maintained
you
this
pledged never to
position-
watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is
initially.
insane, pathetic, bold-faced
that's
lie.
what it is. No, he said.
You literally told. Oh my god, dude.
I have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You can't
all these other
You asked for it.
Actually,
hold on. You asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something
oh my
he would
god,
ever
wait!
ask
I sent
for.
you a
And
clip.
all these
Why
other
aren't you playing
content
that one?
creators.
Actually,
watch.
Whipping their communities when
Whipping their
chat is
communities.
going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was
So,
pro-Palestine.
You have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Yeah, okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But you.
Dude, you're not gonna come outside.
Up for you? Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7-minute clip. What do you want me to watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
All right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the
By
middle.
the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice. I guess it's
What?
hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay. Trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist.
Word for
Not
us.
even
Look at that.
close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously an unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never
Keep
stuck
playing.
to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing.
What is going on right now?
Enough. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I
watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck what you said.
Keep going. No,
why?
No.
It's 7 minutes
we watched
long,
a lot of your clips.
Spare the
Keep going.
audience.
This is about you. Go on.
What are we gonna glean from watching longer?
Keep playing.
You'll get it from the beginning. No, go on. Keep going. Keep going. It's like, I'm not really sure what he's talking about, because now that we're like a minute and 2 minutes into the clip, I don't even remember what the original point was.
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want to
Go
finish
to the
it.
middle.
I know what it is.
This is so cool.
Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you, okay?
Look at
You
this.
think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You
think
absolutely
I'm
are
not trying
not.
to get people to
No,
stop yelling about you at that
okay,
point?
let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way.
Whoa.
No, whoa. My turn.
Well, I was
You were just screaming, play the video. You told me to
said
shut
I wasn't
up.
moderating my community and claiming that
you screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you.
Oh, it goes on the ground.
You claimed that you didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said.
Bro, I played the shit out of this game. I didn't know that AoEs go on the ground like that. That's so cool. It's because the graphics are better now. You can actually see it. Sorry.
That you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
nice
this
shirt,
stream.
by the way.
I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Day genocide propaganda will come. Thanks for watching.
That's in the clip,
Free
Ethan.
Palestine.
You keep doing this thing.
Thanks for watching.
The clip.
Yeah, go support this.
I'm playing the clip. Just chill out.
What's happening right now?
I said it. I told you why I wasn't watching that
Oh
Empanada.
my God,
video.
Hassan, you're talking over the clip. You need to let it play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts
support him.
himself with regular frequency. Because ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. Rick's such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
correct. By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying... Your community
don't
doesn't
know
do
if you
harassment, right?
understand.
Let's
I don't know if you have a.
Let's just promote
I don't know
Bad
if you have a
Empanada, who
command over the
literally
English
exists
language.
to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed
is ridiculous. He is not just
None of the
Well,
things
you're
you showed is
talking.
inconsistent.
No, you're doing it right now.
Most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like, classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist, right?
Can we,
Someone who,
I
by
got
the way,
it. Yes,
like, what terrorist attack has he?
By the way,
has
you
he
couldn't even
committed? What
watch
terrorist
a
attack has he
fucking
committed? I can point to
7-minute
a
video
terrorist attack
of
that
me
Felix Klein has
actually defending
participated in.
you to your
What terrorist
audience
attack
because
did
that
this
would
guy
kind of
participate
betray the
in?
narrative that
It's
you
almost done.
presented.
It's almost
Which
done.
one?
It's done. It's almost
He
done.
would perhaps
Okay, go
benefit
ahead.
tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you
absolutely,
what.
provably, empirically
Do you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
We'll see.
So Bad Empanada is crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like. There's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada.
What about his videos
YouTube
attacking me?
essays,
Are those? Is that
especially when
part
it's
of
issue-specific,
his great body
Bad
of work?
Empanada on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching ones called
informative.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy? Why does Bad... Okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role play hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Ooh, Magic Vortex.
I think... No, of course not. But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate... You know, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan
who literally
Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why that blockade ended.
How many
is
have you
because
watched not about me?
What?
How many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe
I
don't know.
have no idea.
Maybe one.
I've watched a fuck ton though. I've watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
This is cool.
No, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you. That's part of the narrative, right?
This is me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Let's see. Ugh, God damn it. Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's over the.
These are most likely.
Hold on.
These are fan channels.
Let me. Over 60-day period. That's 24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous. You're presenting the same. You're presenting.
Okay, first of all, I'm just showing how much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan channel defense is a. Let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular?
Oh my god. I gotta see what this guy's pissed now.
You think that's regular?
Ethan, I have no control over my fan channel.
He's laughing.
You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing over and over again.
It. It's all part, so you don't ever have to accept responsibility.
More than it actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total. No.
It's the same moment.
No. This has same moments. The last one does
same
not.
moment multiplied.
No,
Go
this
back
one
to the
does not
fucking
have this.
photo.
No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique times. You talked about me on your stream. Well, why are you to deny that you talked about me for 24 hours?
did it.
Unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week.
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that. Probably.
Okay, so and I'm
because I think you are.
You'll dance for me, little one. Yes, you will. I'll make your corpse dance and then tear itself apart.
Damn. Not today, foul witch. This is gonna be a hard fight. Oh my god. I don't know if I'm ready for this. My body's not ready. I gotta chill for a second. Keep clicking. Keep changing. After I click it, I'm afraid I'm... Okay, that's the right one. Afraid I'm gonna load the wrong one. I don't even want to talk to her. I'm just gonna shoot her in the face. Get away from me, crazy woman. This is what I love about Oblivion. You can actually get around the terrain. Yeah, you play with him for a while I shoot you from over here.
You are, up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Do you think this is reasonable?
I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hassan. Is this reasonable? Or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you.
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in, okay?
On
Last
your
60 days.
Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. Oh, you have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram
wait, hold on.
story
From what
post,
period? From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you, not fan shadows.
I'm asking
That's
you
just
for
your
what date?
Instagram.
What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
Since January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not including
What
clips.
year?
You have mentioned
What year?
me. 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year?
December 31st, 2025. It's not even... That's like the end of this year.
That's an absolute fucking lie. Show me the evidence of that. Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110 times. Show me.
Clips. You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no.
Son,
it's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah. But this isn't a somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2 months. They're not my channels. They operate with your approval, under your direction. It's part of your disinfo campaign to avoid responsibility. It's so obvious.
within the context. It's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Hostweet. When are we in agreement?
Hassan, you say
called me stupid, and I said my
you're
video is
streaming
bad,
it,
but
bro.
wait.
You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you stream. I make a
Ethan, your
story.
entire fucking stream is a hate video.
That's-
What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that, you can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, what are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this? Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them.
When did I
which
try
you
to sue?
openly
Whoa,
stated
whoa.
You wanted to dox
When
them
did I
to their families.
Hold it. What? This is on your
frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories
Can anonymous
I know
Redditors
think
defame you
Instagram
and
stories
harass
go
you?
away.
Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright lie.
Did you or did you
Hold
not?
on, dude. Let me respond.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop because I'm gonna.
Did you or did you
I'm
not
gonna
get your lawyer to
answer.
try to bully, extort people that are anonymous
Extort?
Redditors?
Who's
Sure,
extorting?
They said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer.
It's
Are you
fucked
just
up.
going
It's
to
bullshit.
fucking
Okay.
Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal? Yeah,
Go on.
kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were
what?
I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented. I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan. That was posted to snark. That went viral in your community. Was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way,
I have talked
those
about,
people should be held
if you
accountable.
Can find one instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck.
I'm
I will give you
explaining the
$1 million.
context, dude. You're
I didn't
accusing
even
me of
know
something.
about this until this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something.
Because
I'm explaining why.
Because you're saying that I'm responsible for this when I have no fucking clue.
No, I'm not.
What you're talking about? I only saw the litigation.
Is it ever, Hassan? Is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well, they
There
were
could be.
fucking.
Do you think? Okay.
Okay.
About
well,
this
great.
instance,
It's not that crazy then.
One of the redditors that you sued.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not
First of
only
all,
did you sue for copyright infringement, but
Hassan,
in
you're
the process,
lying. You are absolute. Hold on, you're lying. So
in
you
the
have to
process
stop.
of
I
suing
have
them
not
for
sued
copyright
anybody.
infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation, you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide
Who he's
our
talking
office with
about
all
now?
correspondence you have had
Do
with
you know
Reddit.
why?
What does that mean?
Do you know why?
You provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? And then your
I'm
lawyer
trying to
says,
tell you.
if
You just
do
asked me
not-
what does it mean, bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first
do
of
you
all,
think that does your
dude,
lawyer
stop.
think
Let
that
me
you can just like
answer.
make people dance?
All right.
If they
Do
got
you
him on a
want
copyright
to have
claim?
a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay. All right.
Sure.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was
This
shocking
person,
to even you.
By the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hassan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously.
Views from you how? By
I'm
posting...
sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you how?
Because they
by
say
posting it on Reddit.
Yes. Duh. What the fuck are you talking about? Really?
So you're admitting that you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
A frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a law?
Fair use.
Do you know the
Ethan
difference between a
Klein
letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit to
not
try
frivolous.
and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit.
Did I say
Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say
Do you know
criticize.
how many people criticize me on your Reddit?
Oh my god, this is so
Imagine
pointless.
if I was fucking suing them.
Bro,
how much would you talk about
They don't sue me, but I think this is fair use. I'm reacting to the shit.
that?
You know what? I want to ask you something. They're posting paywall. They were posting paywalled content and saying, "Watch it here so that you don't support Ethan."
Now.
Okay.
This is pretty entertaining, though. Oh shit.
Spare me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever you, first of all, let me give you a stat. You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero. I have had zero people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this. Whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't.
Wow.
Because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past
I'm
4
sitting in
months.
front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said I'm willing to talk to you, and you knew it wasn't going to look good,
bro.
as today has demonstrated.
I said just
and
watch
that's precisely why you tried to add additional
watch the
qualifications
video.
to it, like, oh, just watch my video, just watch my video.
That's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking. I
It's
know
not
the
a
clips
biography. You understand that,
Ethan,
right?
can I ask
Do you
a question
understand
for
the
you?
difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference? Hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
What's interesting
It's
for
not
all
a
the people who are
biography,
tuning in
Hassan.
right
It's not
now.
about the points in your life, about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen. So how the
Very
fuck?
poorly, by the way.
How do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched
And
11
you
hate
haven't-
videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
By the way, I
also,
said I would
I'll
debate
tell
you if you
why.
watched it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you can't provide,
There
by
is
the
a
way.
video on my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is
I need to make
like
potions.
600,000 views. Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke.
Good
okay?
ones.
In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke,
And better
months
healing.
prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made.
You didn't
in
watch the
his
video. How do you know
do
that?
I have the capacity to?
You didn't watch the video.
Do I have the capacity
So
to see
where'd
the
you get the
future?
list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How?
Why not
How
just
did I
watch the
answer
video
all
then?
of his
Why not
questions?
just watch the video? It seems
Wait,
cowardly.
well,
You're
did I
like,
get a
I
list
don't want
of
to
all
watch
your
the video.
points?
Just send me
Did
a
I get a
list
list
of
of all
all
your
the
points,
things. So
Ethan?
I don't want to
Ethan?
get my feelings hurt. And maybe
Ethan, you
he was making
consider
a good
yourself-
point.
You have, in
Why
the
not watch the
cringiest ways
video?
possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's
That I
right.
didn't respond to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay.
Who cannot?
So,
by
let
the
me
way,
explain to you
being
something.
pro-Palestine
Why
means
did I
you are
have-
infallible
why
and
did
can
I
never
have
be
all the
criticized. That's
information?
awesome logic.
Why
You
did
want
I
to
have
talk
all
about the content
information
nuke,
that I actually
Hassan?
responded to?
Hassan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long drawn out sequence over
what's out of
sexual
context
assaults, is that one of the clips that you used, in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence. That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that
Unfinished.
clip where me being like, rapes happening do not change
the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally,
why are we going over this again?
Defending the likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan.
I want
do
to
you
talk about
feel like that was an appropriate way to show that I was a rape denier?
Bro, it literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have? I showed.
Do you feel like? Wait, what do you mean? You can't just say that wasn't out of context.
How was it out of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood that they might have happened because rapes are actually commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace in conflicts in general. So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
So here,
do you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying,
I think I showed sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long.
Wait,
that's one example.
So that's one small. Was out of context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right. Let me give you the master list, okay? If you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well, or you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one, or do you want to
give me examples that was out of context?
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely said was my fan.
Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a what?
Because I have that. Because I knew you were gonna do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it. And then you can
play it. The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred,
so he's
ultra orthodox.
So he's racist to white people, or he was in that video. Dude, how does this guy keep healing? Please just die, creature. I have to run away from her. I don't think I can kill her. She's a monster. That was close. I love this game. It's so cool.
Orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Oh, that's untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to...
You gotta watch these clips too.
Inbred, 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 inbred.
Happy birthday from Hassan. The clips it, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Oh, is it Jewish?
We're pretending they don't exist. You can.
I thought it was white people, but.
Oh, dude, come on.
You continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
You are such a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. I mean, of course I'm calling the fucking Kahanis Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanis settlers?
Oh yeah, he's super racist.
That were destroying humanitarian aid. When I was calling them fucking inbred, you were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video.
Did you so again, Hassan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background,
these are just dudes. By the way, this is the difference between me and Hassan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hassan
opens Comrade KC tweets and Snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video.
Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands.
Let's fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's
He looks a lot different there.
why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly.
You understand that, right?
Rubs off on
They're
people.
fucking Nazis,
That doesn't make
Ethan.
it
What's
any
wrong
less
with you?
anti-
They're participating single-handedly in a genocide.
Continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro. You don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately
How about one that
as-
doesn't feed
as
into like an
racially
anti-Semitic trope?
insensitive.
Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were
I like how there's a journal.
calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What? What do you mean? Because it's a fucking cry-bully claiming that he was a victim
He was
of
walking through
harassment.
campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How's he a cry-bully?
No, he's a cry-bully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? When someone
To be a
what is the
cry-bully, there needs to be a bully
Ethan,
aspect. Where's
have
the
you-
bully
have
aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with
Leave your house to look at the news.
people claiming that Jews are
Smatter.
being
Call them
victimized on college
fascists. Call
campuses
them
has
pieces
now
of shit.
led to
Call them
the
terrible
fucking
people.
Gestapo
Your insistence
literally
on
packing
calling
up
Jewish
pro-Palestinian
people
student
inbred is
activists.
a
You don't think that those
conscious
fucking
choice
dipshits played a
and
role in
spreading
that on Fox News of all
straight up
places? What
anti-Semitism.
the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted
So you're
by.
saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending them. I'm
Nazis.
attacking you. How is me saying why
you are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying
clips?
humanitarian aid, going into Gaza,
All the
and then you're
clips?
going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back
they
immediately.
look like nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that
I
people
literally
won't see
took
that
it
and go,
back
what
immediately.
the fuck is wrong with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately.
Look at this creature. The hell is this?
Oh my God, there's
Have
a
you
lot
ever-
more. Do you want to keep going?
Have you
piece by
ever-
piece?
No, it's fucking boring.
Now it's boring.
Because I went because you're a chronic liar.
Well,
I
this
went
is-
back.
maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke. Okay,
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of it, but
See,
I was
this-
worried that you were gonna fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked
All right,
about,
here,
you
let's do this.
backtracked on. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not, but even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
Because that's
I do
rewriting
not
history.
think- I'm gonna say this
No,
very
no,
clearly
it's not that
to
you cared, it's that
I'm gonna
you
say this
fucking
very
glazed
clearly
them
to
up.
you right now, 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right
What have
side?
they
Ethan?
done?
You're supposed to.
Hold on.
You're saying that it's a genocide.
What have they done?
What the fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel? Like fucking
That's
bravo.
not true. That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli.
It was
for the
partially
fucking
owned.
island.
Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
It was
and
bound for fucking for Turkey
It
from
doesn't matter.
India.
What do you mean?
There was
What do
they
you think
kidnapped
BDS is,
5
dude? What do you think
totally
BDS stands for?
unrelated Filipino fucking
You also
prisoners
said
and
it wasn't owned by an Israeli,
prisoners
by
for
the
a
way, in
year.
your fucking video. Are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that
Take
part
what
too?
back? I didn't hear
Wow,
you.
what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked
I don't know
on
what,
so
what
far?
I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an
Partially
Israeli
owned by an Israeli guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned by a British company.
It is an Israeli conglomerate.
It's owned by a
that owns
British
the
company.
fucking ship.
So it's owned by a British
You
company.
literally claimed that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship.
It is.
Like you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag
How much of this?
to get.
How much of this? So, if this Jewish or this Israeli guy is
0.5.
If this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care because I think that
Well,
even
you
if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree with their.
I'm not even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that once again that was owned by an Israeli
No,
conglomerate.
it wasn't. That's an outright lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie. And you're basically running defense for a terrorist organization. Now, do I defend
Did I use this again?
what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, you wait.
What's my max?
Dude, let's ring up the fucking Al Houthi family real quick.
190.
Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country.
Well, not hijacking an unaffiliated boat and kidnapping
withstood-
15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time
Evolving.
you released your context puke, those people had been released.
It was,
What
yeah,
would you
I
do,
remember.
Ethan?
I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
Oh, just you couldn't.
They were held. Were they held prisoner for a
you know?
year? Were they held prisoner
You
for a
could've-
year? Were they held
you
prisoner
could've
for
put
a
it-
year?
you could've been-
Were
yeah,
they
they
held
were, they were.
prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were.
That's
They
what
were
I
held
said.
hostage.
Thank you.
Yeah, they were all hostage.
So how's
for
that
sure.
help Israel taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors
Do you
hostage
understand the
for a
concept
year?
of deterrence?
Well, how's that deter Israel? Kidnapping fucking.
Do you understand the
foreign
concept of deterrence?
sailors?
Yes.
How is that a
stopping
deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop other successfully, mind you.
How does she keep healing? It's crazy.
Shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you
Save me, guard.
the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let
Yemeni
it
is not
happen?
Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously, they can't do that either. So
Scares. I mean, it doesn't. It's what Norman Finkelstein
How can
said.
people be pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate?
Were your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15
It's not
sailors?
unaffiliated. It's not unaffiliated. But even if it was
It is
unaffiliated, as
totally.
I've said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about
was.
that, and you
I
recognize that you lied
you're-
about that for the
you're-
record.
okay.
But if it was,
People can look
if
into it.
It wasn't, even if it.
This is
even if it
wild.
was
They didn't need to kidnap
unaffiliated-
random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you defending
no,
that?
Ethan, you know what's
You're
what's
defending them
terrorist shit?
kidnapping these
You know what's terrorist shit, Ethan?
unrelated foreign
You know
sailors?
what's terrorist shit? Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid
When did I defend
flotilla.
that?
1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you are defending
Israel,
terrorism,
As
though.
of this conversation
And
taking
you've done
place,
it many
Israel
times
last
during this
night
conversation.
literally drone strike a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the
Very
coastline
nice.
of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance.
So
and it's
do you-
not only moral,
do you
but
think-
it's just.
Very
and
good.
if-
You're right.
if-
You're so righteous.
If justice is
Do you
served,
think that the Filipino hostages who are held there for
Ooh, I gotta stop for a second. Okay. There's still an hour and a half left on this. It's starting to get good though. Let's get back into it.
a year agree that that was an awesome, that was an awesome act of
probably
resistance?
not.
Probably not. Right?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think, well, first of all, I think that like there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good? They're doing it bad.
It's not an unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
you won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's owned by an Israeli conglomerate. That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. Yes, it was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even. He didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was it was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Yeah, co-owned by Abraham Ongar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's
It's
connected.
owned by a British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well, you're lying.
And now you don't like that connection.
No, you're lying. That's what I don't like.
What do you? I'm not lying.
See what other spells be on there.
Readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well,
Okay,
so
that's
the
point number
larger
5 that you also presented falsely on your context puke.
The problem is more the
Someone's gotta be
kidnapped
keeping tally
sailors.
somewhere.
I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You
Ethan,
You go.
Ethan.
Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah, walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please.
I asked
please
you
explain to me
what
how it's
you
justified.
would
It's pretty cool.
What would you do, Ethan? What would you do? You have a better way to do it. I think we're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated,
During the
holding them for a
Holocaust,
year.
There were militancy resistance. Okay. That cut off supply lines, supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, impact the civilians. Do you feel like that kind?
I can't believe this guy was even, like, Hassan was even defending, like, the piracy. It's a good thing I looked at where we were before I think it was 311.
Doing it
dude,
bad.
It's not an unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
You won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's owned by an Israeli conglomerate. That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. Yes, it was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even. He didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Yeah, co-owned by Abraham Ongar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's
I don't know the ins and outs of these sailors that got pirated by the Houthis, but were they kidnapped? I guess they were kidnapped by the Houthis. Yeah, it's not a good thing to kidnap people. That's bad. Okay, he's like defending it. Like, what a ridiculous human being. Trying to debate people, like gaslight them into thinking things that aren't true, just because he's desperate to think that his narrative is correct.
Co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's connected.
Owned by a British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well, you're lying.
And now you don't like that connection.
No, you're lying. That's what I don't like.
What do you? I'm not lying. The ship info is readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well,
Okay,
so
that's
the
point number
larger
5 that you also presented falsely
Very
on
good.
your context puke.
The problem is more the
Someone's gotta be
kidnapped
keeping tally
sailors.
somewhere.
I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You
Ethan,
You go.
Ethan.
Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah, walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please.
I asked
please
you
explain to me
what
how it's
you would
justifiable
do,
to
Ethan.
kidnap 15
What would
sailors.
you do, Ethan? What would you do? You
Go
have
ahead.
you have a better way to do it. I think we're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said,
This way.
you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated,
During the
holding them for a
Holocaust,
year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay, supply lines for the
All right,
Nazis,
you know what?
or even sometimes supply lines that actually.
I think that's enough for today. I'm going to take a break. It's 4 hours and 40 minutes. I want to thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to leave a like, share, subscribe, and follow if you enjoyed the content. And we'll be back again tomorrow with some more. And see you guys later. Peace.